check, 1, 2. All right, hey everybody. Happy Sunday for those of you who celebrate. We had a pretty good 2 weeks of streams here, actually, just in terms of what we were able to get done. I've really been enjoying doing some alt builds and modifications lately. And I kind of think that that continues to be one of the most productive things that we can really do on stream. Because, you know, as fun as it is to just take a new and exciting Lego set and build it, you know, unless I'm doing like some kind of speed build, recorded speed build or something, that's easier to just do when you're, you know, you're hanging out, you're on the phone with your buddy or something like that. So we don't worry too much about those. But I do want to keep the momentum going with some of these projects that are sort of like small scale or half complete projects that I've had in the works for a little while. So as we get started here, let's take a look at, yeah. So let's go ahead and take a look at just sort of what we accomplished last time. So we were able to put together this 2-level ice cream shop here. I'll take off this foil that keeps it from being too dusty for me. And I think we did a pretty great job with this. So just to kind of go over what we did here, this is a 2-level Lego build. Let's get that POV loaded up, I think. How's that going to work? Yeah! So this is a 2-level Lego build. And the bottom floor is a Lego ice cream shop from, I think, 2024. And the top floor is one of the new generation Lego Friends bedrooms. And we were able to, plus the back wall is a Lego.com exclusive birthday celebration set. So I kind of took those three, put them together. I've got some roof that I've got ready to add, but I need to order some more. If you look in the top right there, I need to order some plates to actually connect that roof together. But I'm like super thrilled with how this build came together. So I kind of had the idea and then just absolutely went for it. Just need to order a couple of pieces before I can call this one finished, post it on the Instagram, and load it into the city. So just a perfect example of a 2-level build. So this will go in the midtown section of the city, or the uptown section? The uptown section of the city. And I thought we did pretty great with that. And then at the end of the stream, also I love this. This is a great song to start the stream on. I gotta check which what is this? This is Funk Tank. Okay, very cool. At the end of the stream, we did something really neat, which is we had built this Rebel Recruitment Center as another uptown 2-level building. So how this started out was no, we got to hear that again. That was just a really great way to start. So we're gonna go right back to it. Nice. Let's jam together. So this is a 2-level build here, and what we did is the top floor this is actually a super old Lego set from 1999. This is the B-Wing at Rebel Command Center. And you can see, can you really see? If I start to tilt it, I actually tiled, I added sort of I use these as like carpet, these 1x1 almost sand blue tiles. So I tiled the interior. And I added this little balcony, basically. But the core mechanism of the set, this sliding door, is still preserved. So it still looks very Star Wars. And I really love doing that when we're doing things like this. Like, you know, recently Lego released the Lego Stranger Things, the Creel house, which is this really cool house that sort of like splits open into a monster. It's from Stranger Things. And, you know, immediately, the first thing I saw people go in and say, well, I don't like dollhouse-style sets, so I'm going to take away the dollhouse, and I'm going to put a back up against that Lego set. And one, you're removing the playability, which, fine, if you have, like, a city that you can look at from 4 different directions instead of just 3, okay, fine, I understand that you might want to remove the dollhouse style. But for me, I like the idea of still being able to set this set in my city, but still play with its core mechanism. And when you add that back to the Creel house, you can no longer transform it into a monster, I assume. Unless they're more brilliant than I gave them credit for. Anyway, the bottom layer of this house, so we added a bottom layer. This one we had the ice cream shop, we had the bottom layer and we added a second layer. This one, we had the second layer and we added a floor underneath it. And that floor is from the set Boarding the Tantive 4. So the idea is you have all your little... My stormtroopers and rebels are off to the side, but I still have this Camino, and you have, you know, Darth Vader cuts through the wall and comes into the Tantive 4. And the fact that we were able to make an alt floor plan and actually turn this into a pretty cohesive building that preserves the mechanism, the Star Wars-y sliding door, and it's got sort of a back portal as well that still keeps that shape, that very Star Wars-y shape, and use all the pieces from the set. I'm just thrilled with what we were able to do with this. I just think it's an absolute win for the. So we're calling this build the Rebel Recruitment Center. Once again, we just need to order a few more pieces for the street front, and then we'll be able to call this build completed. So what are we going to be doing today? Today we're going to do a few more things like that. So the first thing up that we're going to take a look at is we have a boardwalk with a water park, a Lego water park from a set from a few years ago. And then I got this gift with purchase, and we're going to put them together onto the same lot. So let me grab those and set those up for us, and let's get to building. All right, so we're immediately sort of back in the action here, looking at what we've got. So let's take a look at this real quick, and let's go ahead and load up some beachside music, as fun as the funk was. So we've got the coastal magic melodies. Very nice. It's a little bit more piratey than fun at the water park, but we'll make it work. Pretend you're on a nice New Jersey boardwalk or something like that. This I will deal with someday. Here's another one of those plastic containers or plastic wrappings. Very dusty, which is exactly why we put those over there. We don't want anything else to get dusty. Okay, so what are we looking at here? This is a super fun Lego water park. This set is a Legoland set from, I don't know, probably 2023 or something like that. And sort of the appeal here is you have a bunch of cool little functions. You can put all the minifigures. Let's have Granny go down the slide. Yeah, we get it. We need to order some, some water tiles for this and so on. Since this is part of my Lego boardwalk, what that means is up front you've got these sand-colored road plates, dark tan half road plates. So you can have somebody walking down the boardwalk. Now the idea is eventually we're going to take our boardwalk and we're going to completely tile it over with a mixture of tan tiles, so 1x8, 1x6, 1x4, and 1x2, 1x1 plates, like you can see on the road here, and 1x3 dark tan woody plates. The idea is it's a wooden boardwalk that, oh yeah, we use these 1x4 special tan tiles instead of 1x4 plates. Plates instead of tiles. You're walking down the boardwalk, and it's got wood under the boardwalk, but there's so much sand from everybody walking around, and the beach is just behind there. And we've seen some of my beach sets before that, you're tracking sand, and at some point it just looks like this instead of being totally wood tiles, which is great. But today our project is actually not to put a bunch of tan tiles and tan wooden plate tiles onto this thing. Our project is to add another set, just like we did last week. So this time the set is called Water Park 4685, and just like that sort of birthday backing that we talked about with the ice cream shop, I believe that this was a Lego.com exclusive, maybe something you could get with points. It's only 132 pieces. But since it's a water park, and since this lot is already 32 studs wide, we're going to see if we can go ahead and expand this water park to be even bigger. And I don't know that we can, but let's find out together. We're pretty clever, so I kind of think we can pull this off. All right, so first things first, I need to decide if I'm going to, well, let's load up the instructions. 40685 Water Park from 2024. And this was a promotional gift with purchase. Yeah, that makes sense. So I must have gotten this along with something else. It looks like a cool little set, and we've got some new angles. We've got some new angles for our. Be right back. We've got some new angles of water parks and water slides. So we were here, got our instructions loaded up. At least while we're building this initially, let's go ahead like this, I think. There we go. So now you can see the instructions with me, which is great. All right, so let's get this opened up. This was a gift with purchase, and it's nothing particularly special here about this. This isn't like a promotional box or anything, so we are not going to keep the box of instructions this time around. There's nothing notable that we need to keep here. I'm just going to prep this to be flattened and get it out of our way. Actually says limited edition all over that box, which is kind of neat. Instructions. No stickers, because this is just a nice small little set. Thank goodness. Okay, so before we even open this up, we can already see we've kind of got these three big pieces here. So our process, and then we've also got this massive blue plate, which the blue plate's not going to be a problem because we're actually going to not use this as our water. We've already got enough water area here. I think what we'll probably do is, this set is dusty. What we'll probably do is hide this blue plate underneath. Since we need to elevate this anyway, we can stick this right in the center, and that could be something we do at the end. So we're just going to take this blue plate and move it right out of the way, which answers our first question already of, I think we're going to be building this additional water park right on top of the first water park. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to get all these extra accoutrements, all these little fun things that came with the Legoland water park set, and I get them to the side. So let's put them, you can see them sort of in the area up there. And there's a lot of little stuff. It's a lot of like fun, like beach chairs and bananas and snacks and quite a number of Lego people across what I think is still only just one Lego set so far here, this one Lego Waterland water park. I suppose we could check that as well, but I don't really feel like it. It might be more. There's a possibility that it's more than one Lego set. So we'll just move this around a little bit, make sure nothing wiggles out. We can see that this set initially had a lot of stickers, so that's too bad. And this is a fun set. We've got sort of a shower area, a locker area, and this is already an alternative floor plan. I think I had to modify it slightly to ensure it fit on this 32 wide area. And you can see that primarily right here, where I feel that this section is condensed and was probably a little bit wider. It was probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's hard to tell, but I know that some work was done here already, and I think it was some good work actually. So I don't know that I really want to mess with this too much. But let's take a look at, really we just have these two big water park pieces that we're going to need to deal with. So right off the jump, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to take off these six 4x4 curved pieces. We'll set those off to the side. We'll eventually close back up the water park again. But and then we're also going to want to take these lawn chairs and pull them up. These lawn chairs are designed to be elevated just a little bit on top of the boardwalk, and that's fine. Although I don't really know what anybody's doing sunning on a wooden boardwalk. So actually maybe that's a bit of an oversight that we've got here, but we're not going to worry too much about that. It was part of the contiguous set. Actually, that's not true. You know, like people like to get a sun, you know, like moms and dads like to take their kids down to the water park and, you know, kind of lay about a little bit. And I guess this was for the table that goes in between two chairs. So we'll set all that over to the side up there. And now we've got a nice continuous workspace. So if we go back in our instructions to the front, we have only two real functions here. Oh, actually, it looks like there's three real functions. Looks like this door. So there's a simple water slide into a water area. So I feel like it's really, really obvious that's going to need to go right about here. So, okay. There is a, actually probably one stud over, so probably something like this. And then we know that there is a another slide, which is identical to this blue one we've got. So right off the jump, once again, I think that we're going to expand this platform here and probably do something like this. So let's pick up this 1x1 piece with a buoy attached. I see that we can put a buoy back over here on the left. So we'll pick up both of those parts. And I wonder if I can set this just one stud over. And I'm hitting some unclear. I think this is legal. I think we don't have a problem doing this, which would be nice. How can we check that easily? So the way that we'd need to check that would be, can I put a tile here? Well, this tile has a sticker on it, so that's not very useful. I need plates. Here, I'll grab this. This is going to be perfect. I have this extra piece from last week's build that hasn't been put away yet. So here we go. We've got two studs extra. I place this right here. Again, I'm feeling a little bit of resistance for a second until I get it just right. And then ideally, let's see. Try that. Actually, it only needs to be one deeper because I'm trying to do one. Ideally, this would be flush. That looks pretty flush to me. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to temporarily close this off with a tile. And let's find Grandma again. And can Grandma still go... Where'd you go, Grandma? Actually, is she a Legoland employee? She's not Grandma. She actually works at the water parks. So let's get somebody who's actually here trying to swim. We've got this dad with a nice... Is it a dad bod? Has he got any pecs? I think he's kind of got a little dad bod here. That's all right. So can Dad still go down the blue slide with the orange slide? Yeah. So already we've solved pretty much our biggest problem. We've placed our second simple slide, and we've got this really cool double slide effect, which actually looks like something you would find at a water park. And then over here, we know that this big water drop is going to need to come down right about there. So we've solved those two. And then last but not least, if we look at the instructions here, we seem to have some sort of, is it a shower? Is it a water door? Not entirely clear to us, but I'm thinking right off the bat that that whole thing can kind of be hidden in this section, either the back right or here behind the behind this slide here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've definitely got space for these pieces. So I think we're already off to a pretty exciting start here. Let's go ahead and put this 1x1 brick back here in between the two slides to lock that off. And let's go ahead and take this one with the buoy, and we're going to hide it back here for now if it can fit. I think that it might get blocked by the slide, but we'll try it. Let's look in the back. I feel like this should work. I think this is going to be able to work. Again, we are putting plates into plates here, which I try to avoid whenever possible because plates don't like to be flush on top of other plates. But let's apply a little pressure there. Apply a little pressure here. That's a little bit better. It's not perfect, though. Apply a little bit more pressure. I need like a special Lego machine to put plates, attach plates to plates. Actually, this buoy can just go right here for right now. That's fine. Okay, so we've actually, this is actually probably going to be a pretty quick build as far as alternate floor plans go, because we've already solved our major problem without expanding the water park beyond the 32 by 24 space profile that it currently occupies, which is great. We're super happy about that. So now we're just more or less going to build the set as expected. So let's open up bag 1 here and get going. So the first thing they want is they want us to add a minifigure here. Looks like a little bug in a swim shirt, I would call this. And with some flippers too. I don't really know what this kid is doing with flippers at the water park, because it doesn't seem like there's a particularly big area for them to swim in, but that's all right. Yeah, there's not really a swimming pool in this park design, which might be one thing that we might consider using this big plate to adjust. So if we were to try to do that, what might that look like? So we could put this here, which would cover both of these two, and then it would go back how many more studs? It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 before I hit resistance. And we've got a lip of 4 at the end here, which means if we take it back 5 studs, we've actually got a pretty nice solution to a couple of our problems here. Whereas on the other hand, if we were to put it on the other side, we'd be able to cover similarly. So it's really kind of a preferences and choice kind of question here. Could see it being either one. And then we get sort of a larger primary swimming area. Now, if we do it over here, we're going to lose the area to put those mom and dad lawn chairs back down. Whereas we already know that if we put it here, we're losing those lawn chairs anyway because we have to add this big slope. So I think that makes our decision for us. So the question is, do we even need to use this, or should we keep these areas contiguous? Once again, let's go back to the primary instructions and kind of check with ourselves, does this idea of a water park really include its own contiguous swimming area? And the answer is, it really doesn't. It really has kind of some distinctive separated swimming areas, which makes me kind of think I'd rather still keep this as sort of a boardwalk with some splash zones, so to speak, rather than an area that's a single swimming pool. Do we have other swimming pools in the city? No, most of the swimming pools in the city are sort of private residences, private areas, but I'm going to go back to our original plan of taking that back, and we'll go from there. What this is probably going to mean is that we're going to need plates from various different areas. So let's go ahead and turn this sideways and start the laborious process of getting this big plate connected to those big plates back there before we even get into the rest of the instructions. So what we're gaining back right now is 2 big 4x4 tan reduced plates. That's fine. We might make use of those. And then we also get a 4x8 or 2x8 bluish gray. So now here we want to cover as much surface area as possible, probably right about like this. And this is going to mean that almost wherever you press on this set, you're going to have the firmness of this plate underneath it. Of course, it also means we have to attach a plate, which, as we were just saying, attaching a plate on top of another plate is a pretty tricky process. So we're going to take a moment here, and we're going to really just go stud by stud 16 times, trying to get this thing attached as well as possible. And then once we think that we've done that, we'll come back and we'll try to apply some downward pressure with a flat fist, which might make it a little bit better, just trying to compress. I don't know of any tools or solutions that really make this a whole lot easier, unfortunately. So sometimes when you're doing this, you've just kind of got to work at it a little bit. This is even going to make me a little bit sweaty, and that's okay. But so far, we've got a pretty nice seal down there for the first 12 plates or so. So we're going to the back 4 studs, I would say, for a moment here. Trying to just do whatever we can to just compress this. And we're running into a lot of resistance with the stuff that I've already put down, but that's okay. And now we're getting to the back 2 studs. And I'm breaking things, but that's okay. Again, just looking for any points of leverage that I can latch onto here. Lego pieces are a little bit spiky too, so kind of getting spiked. There we go. I think we've done most... Oh, we got to get this. If I could reach underneath the water park here. There, I've stuck my little... Just kind of, you know, do one of these. Get in there. Keep breaking the top part, but that's okay. Honestly, this right here might be the hardest thing that we do today, just attaching a plate to a plate. When I had a very compressed Lego Minecraft display in the past, I also had to do this sometimes, and it is really kind of tricky. Let's examine the seal. It looks pretty tight, actually, minus down here at the very bottom. So now, let's flip it back up, and let's try to really, I'm going to stand up, and I'm going to just kind of... Where I know that is, I'm going to try to compress it as much as I can. I'm just bearing down on that plate. I really want to make sure this is as compressed as possible, because otherwise you're going to have an air bubble in the middle of that 16 by 16 plate, which is going to bow up over time, and that's how you wind up with annoying things like these 16 by 16 dark bluish gray plates, and base plates that are almost unusable. But I think that actually worked pretty darn well. So let's now go back over here, and we're going to tighten up these 8x8 hill plates, half plates. I don't know what they'd be called. Now here we got a real problem. We got a plate on a plate on a plate, which is never going to want to sit quite as flat as we'd like it to. But boy, are we going to try to compress it. That's a little bit better. Because again, we don't want this randomly popping up like a gunshot while we're displaying the city sometime. There we go. And again, when you start to attach plates, you get some bowing. So we tried to use this as sparingly as possible. But now this 32 by 24 stud zone here is actually pretty contiguous. So that's a great start. So we've hidden that plate. We've gained a few extra plates. Now we just build the water park. Super easy. Let's reattach all of this here. I'm like, how did we do this again? Are we sure I'm not putting that under stress now that I've retightened up the plates? So let's think. These should be at the same level, meaning I should be able to do this. It is 2 plates. Oh, this is very interesting. Has this piece evolved slightly in the last few years? Oh, that's fascinating. Again, I'm checking to see if it's under stress, and it really doesn't look like it is. Again, this side here just really, the back of this just does not have the clutch power to really stay firmed down right there, which is kind of too bad, because we're going to have to constantly be tightening these until we close this build out, which is okay. Oh, so it's not that the piece has changed. This is an interesting detail. Look at this on our front cam here. It's not that the piece has changed, it's that the piece was always asymmetrical, where the left side of it here is a little bit lower than the right side, which actually kind of adds this cool visual effect. It's a little hard to convey, but all right, it answers the question I had. It answers the question that I sort of had about this. So we're gonna... might need this later, so I'll just put that right there for now. Great. Great. Okay. Now we just build. It's not perfectly firm. I mean, eventually we can like put some weights on this and let it work a little differently. In fact, I think I'm going to preemptively take these 1x8s here onto the side, slide them all the way to the front so you can press on the front corner. Wait, that actually won't work because I need to go... Yeah, no, it will. There. Same over here. So now I can depress sort of all 4 corners at once and the center. You know, you put this with a stack of books on it for a year and you might get some... I mean, this is still elevated. It's elevated less than 1 plate, which is fine. Bowing happens when you put plates together, so... Yeah, so let's just go through the instructions. Now, we need to always be mindful of what it's trying to have us build. So whenever we do an alternate floor plan, we're going to kind of play along a little bit, but we're always keeping in mind that our intentions might be a little different than what the set is calling for. So we're just going to kind of build it in place here, just like you can see. And you can see just the sheer amount of thought that's required for alt floor plans, because, I mean, we spent almost 20 minutes just moving this around just to make sure that we kind of had it right here. Okay, so I think these are showers. Yeah, this whole build so far is a shower back here, which I do think we're going to put in maybe the back right or the back left, where we already have a bit of a shower. Oh, it's like so. That's kind of interesting. Very narrow shower that you can step through. So I think maybe this isn't a shower, but actually a fun zone. You know, like a part of the water feature where it's like, ooh, come through the place with the water spray door. That seems like a kind of thing that, you know, kids would like enjoy running through at a water park. And then they were going to have us put this yellow thing on there, so bada boom, we'll just leave it right where it is for now. They do want us to sort of seal off the top of the water spray room, so we'll kind of explore that, like so, like so. And it's like, okay, well, why not expand this water park to the side? Well, you know, space is limited. I've only got kind of a 10 foot by 10 foot by 10 foot area for my Lego city. And, you know, you have to kind of economize. Like, if I've already got one water park, my choices are not get a second one or use the sets together to make it even better. All right, this really looks like it's just a boring shower. But, again, we'll trust the process for now. Trust the process for now. This is a lot of thought for a 100-piece Lego set, though, of course, but that's all right. So this is like a little portcullis, I guess, that the kids can like duck through to actually get into the slide. So let's set that to the side for now. I'm going to place this loosely because I'm not certain I'm going to keep them used exactly the way the set suggests until we learn a little bit more of what they are. That's okay. We'll come back and firm these up later. Again, more of a walkway to get into that slide, which is great because we can use it right up here, which I think will be really effective. And then here, what's going on here? This is the part that looks kind of like the water door almost. So again, we might take that and put that somewhere else in the set, as opposed to having a secondary shower in the back there. We'll see. All right, so now it's got us sort of tiling off areas that we might want to tile off. So let's just take all these pieces, 1, 2, 3, 4, and this, and this, and their spare parts. And you saw us do this last week with the Rebel base build, where we just kind of went, okay, these are parts that we can use wherever we need to use them, which is sometimes very valuable. Same over here. Kind of loosely set those like so. This looks like it might be a diving board, but we're not quite certain yet. Yeah, diving board. Which, I don't know that we're going to have much use for a diving board when we don't have a true swimming area in this part of the boardwalk. Like, seems like it'd be unsafe to have kids diving into, you know, super shallow water. But then again, it's not a very high diving board either, so. And then here, it looks like somebody's left a bit of quesadilla, which is kind of a funny touch. Is that a quesadilla? I think that's actually a taco, because I see a little taco meat coming out of it. Come over to the close camera and let it... Yeah, it looks like it's got some salad. It's kind of funny. And we get an extra taco, which we are not going to let go to waste. That's a very fun little extra piece there. And then probably most of the rest of this is just extra pieces. And here's the splash from the splash zone. So, all right, cool. All this is extra. Set all this off to the side. I don't have a very clean extra piece zone today. That's fine. And I think straight to bag 2. Again, very small Lego set. We're going to have spent ultimately more time planning out how to make this alternate floor plan than we will building the set, which is kind of funny when that happens sometimes. Got another kid minifigure to build. Again, with sort of a swim shirt, which is appropriate. Some bushy hair. This is kind of a... I guess this kid's got braces already. And I guess they're drinking some... Oh, they're drinking some SPF 50 sunscreen. Delicious. You see that? There it is. Look at this kid. SPF 50. Just what I wanted. Okay, so we're jumping in with some macaroni pieces here. Yeah, you can actually, a rare example of where you can hear my Chicago accent, macaroni. And then some more. And it looks like this is a buoy. So that's kind of nice that the kids can use the buoy to, you know, play. Put that over in the spare part stash. Okay, so again, what we're doing here is we're setting aside pieces that they know we might want to use as the frame. All of this is going to come in handy for us. Even though it looks almost like we're ignoring the way the set wants us to build it, but that's okay. This is just... And I really love the continuity of using these simple white bricks as the outlines of the pool. It makes it a lot easier for us to transition between the two sets versus some other examples where we've had a bit of a harder time with it. It's all just border pieces, outline pieces, very straightforward. These are all just spare parts that we can build with. And then it has us put in the thing here. And we note that this is at the level of on top of the water, so this is going to be about where we start to have some fun here. So they would have us build it kind of like this. We'll just keep that in mind, and we're going to kind of loosely set this in place, because we don't want it to extend out past the boundary of the set. So we're going to need to set it one to the side. And we're possibly going to need to expand this swimming pool kind of like that. So we're going to make a note there, pull this piece up, add those to our stash, our stockpile, and kind of loosely set this here and do something like that. And then we get back to it. And they've got us filling in some parts in the back there, so these are all free pieces. There's another ladder to climb on up. And then another ladder maybe to get to a second level. Yeah, I guess we're going to build this ladder up by 2 pieces. I don't see a 2x2 green... Oh, there it is. Totally hidden. I might build this as is because I do think we might keep this contiguous. Yeah, 2-level ladder. So we'll keep that in mind. Notice that's also going to mean that we need to push this back by a stud, which is more or less fine. So we'll go ahead and build that in place already, like this. And it's going to look kind of like so. Like so. Free pieces to build with. And now maybe we've got some storage lockers again, or something like that. Which is fine. Yep. And some more. Oh, this is perfect. A nice little piece we can put on the side. So that's very good. We can use this on top. Probably like so. They used a very compressed floor plan for the original floor plan of this set, which is kind of interesting. These are free pieces we can build with. Now, what I think they're going to have us do... Yeah, so there's going to be... What is this, like a splash bucket? So I guess the idea is after you... does it drop water on you after you start sliding down the slide? If so, we might choose to preserve that mechanism, but we'll see in a second here. We will see. Yeah, I think that's right. And that's kind of fun, I guess. Get another ladder to work with. We have some things that are being stored in the storage area. We've got a hairbrush and a hat. And then we've got some frozen storage. Yeah, I thought that's what this was more sort of vending. So we got 2 sodas, 2 popsicles. We'll put those into these containers here. Four splashes of water for the drop bucket. I mean, we can put this drop bucket anywhere we want on the set, don't forget. And a flag. And then 3 more extra pieces finishes off the set. Great. So let's come back over here. And now what we can do is we can put it all together based on, and we're just going to basically go from most necessary to least necessary. So let's pull this forward all the way. So the first challenge I want to tackle is I have to move this over to the side and then back by 1, which means I need to fill in all this intermediate area back here as much as possible. So again, we have a few pieces, and I also, okay, so let's see what we're working with here. Here's a 1x4, and then what we can do is we could actually use this piece like so. Yeah, they did elevate that by 1. So we have a 1x6 here. But I think that we actually need to put plates and tiles underneath everything about this. So let's set that aside for a moment. Clearly there was going to be, what was I going to put back here? Trash can, probably? I think that's where the trash can was going to be. So let's put that like so. Let's play around with getting this showery area. So we'll take this off. Take these off. Take this off. Do I have a spare 2x4? I do not. But that's okay. So I'll actually make this a white plate underneath. Yep. And we'll make this a green plate up top again. And now let's play around with where we could actually put this conceivably. Unfortunately, we're going to have trouble putting it right there. So let's actually not use this as a platform at all. Let's start with just the idea of the little shower. So we know that we can get a 1x8 back here. The build supports it. And then we can get this shower right here. We can likely get this shower right here if we put a plate there. Let's see. Does that work? Not perfectly. But we could switch the order of these pieces like this. Nope, still doesn't quite work. Let's go ahead and use this grill piece here, grill tile. Let's go ahead and place these grill tiles. This gray one will be the drain. Yep. So this is great because this is going to be a nice little area that we don't have to tile off anymore. I would love to have this just rest there, but I can't do it. But what I can do is take off this entirely. And use them like this, which does kind of work. Yeah, that works. And then we can put that right there and it's not as obnoxious. In fact, can we even use that without the grill here? Probably not. It was a nice idea though. So what we might need to do is steal a 1x2 plate from somewhere. I don't think there was a single one in the set, actually. Well, we can say that the drain extends underneath. Put this here. Put this here. And then put this here. And now I think we might have it. Yep, I think we've got it. And this is fine because that doesn't interfere with that yellow slide to the side. And in fact, we're actually walling off this compound a little bit, which is kind of nice too. This on the one hand, it's kind of a window into the shower, which is not great. On the other hand, if it ain't broke, let's see, what's our height here? We again have a discrepancy, I think. Yeah, we need a 2/3 brick, a 2/3 plate to hit that, which is something that we could add. This would also work. This would also work. Like this. And then our angle can be down there. It's a bit strange, but kind of gets the job done, actually. Now the question is, what else do we want back in this shower? So let's immediately take this one, put it back here. That's going to close up a lot of it. Then we'll take that other silver tile, and we'll use that in front, just like the other one. Again, making this as contiguous of a zone as we can. There's also a bathroom back here, by the way. Anybody in there? Can we still open this up? Yes, very nice little bathroom. And another showery type of area back here. Lots of little details. So now we can go back to using this. Nope. Use the white. And it looks like this. And it looks like this. And put some more white tiling back there, because I, at this point, just want to completely close this out. Just a nice little under-the-slide shower. Nothing, no spooky clowns or any other such nonsense. Okay, so that looks like so. Now I've got two more. We actually have a spare L plate that we can use here. And this goes straight into the ground. So this area is going to look fairly contiguous right there. It's a sort of closed shower. So we have sort of an open shower, and then we have sort of a closed shower. And if you look, that's actually okay. So now we'll go here, and then the only thing we're missing is we still need we need basically two 1x1 studs. Now what I'm wondering is, I think that boarding the Tantive 4 may have actually had an extra too high. Let's find out. So for this, what we're going to do is we're going to go to Bricklink. We're going to take a look at boarding the Tantive 4 parts, extra parts, all the way at the bottom. And unfortunately, there does not appear to be an extra of, I'll show you what we were talking about. It's still a relatively new piece. This. No, this. White brick modified 1 by 1 by 2/3. And to confirm, there's none of those in the extra pieces because they're considered to be bricks instead of plates, which is too bad. So back to the set. But what we could do is if we could find an extra, actually, hold up. That's good. Because we do want to, you know, close this shower off for the most part so there's no risk of troublemakers peeping in. So we've got these two pieces. And then if we had two 1 by 3 white plates, which we do not have, any 1 by 3 plates of any color, I'm also a little skeptical to use these already. But let's go ahead and put them in. And now actually let's swap this. So instead of that being an open window, we can make this an opening window so somebody can look out if they have to. Remember we had it like so. Yeah, literally just two 1 by 3 plates there. So actually, I think that we're going to call that pieces that we want to order for the set because they finish it off so nicely. So now we're going to go back here. And what we need to do is we need to add this like so. So I'm going to say our first little challenge, this little extra private shower compartment is done. And we've earned a few more pieces along the way. And in fact, we can even add some water flows going down here, and I think that that's kind of fun. Look at that. That's kind of fun. I think I want to use this with its sort of stoplight of go, don't go. Let's actually match that color to back here, so that won't be too hard. So our next challenge, like I was saying, is we really need to get a bunch of plates and tiles to put this orange thing in place. And I know some of what we're going to do there, but I'm still kind of holding... Nah, I think it's time to do it. So where are the key locations? So right off the bat, we've got this one. We want to go ahead and use it here. And that goes down easy since it's only 2 wide. Up to about 4 wide, you can usually put down pretty easily. Not there, but there. And that's going to cover that. And then we want to cover these spots right here as well. So what we can do is something like this, which also ensures that we have studs to build with over to the side. This one we probably want like so. And then this one we probably want like so. Let's double check that. Or even like so. Yeah, that's pretty good. And then I think we would be using... How do these tessellate? Kind of like that. So that's a 5 wide, but this is only a 3 wide, and this would be a 4 wide with 2 more spots. And I think this is probably going to be our best bet for making sure that we can still effectively tile the set down later. So now we've already used most of those extra plates and studs that were available, which is great. So let's go ahead and try placing this in again. And now we've got some actual clutch power. It fits really nicely. It's pretty flush. And we're pretty happy with that. And we can pretty easily tile off most of the rest of it as well. Yeah, that's good. That's good. I do see this area back here, and I kind of want to tile that. And I believe we had, we have a 2x3 piece, which was our diving board. Now again, I don't know that we really want to add a diving board for these kids under the current circumstances, given there's so little diving surface. But if we were going to, let's go ahead and take all this off. We'll use this 2x3 piece right here, as we said. Pop that back down again. And we're just going to keep picking up and putting down, picking up and putting down until we've got it pretty much lined up the way we want to. So this right here is at a 3 high, yes, which means we could put a brick here, pretty much like that, very flush. We can use this here, just like the set originally showed, except that we don't need to use it as a storage cubby. And then we go over here, and like I said, what we want to do is we want to get this slope in. So we can do that kind of like this. And then we're just missing a 1x4, and lo and behold, we've got one. So now let's give ourselves something for this slope to rest on. A 1x6 plate would be awesome. We don't have one. We do have a 1x4 plate. We might want to use that later though. But I think it's going to be okay if we also have this area right here. We have a 1x2. Let's go ahead and put that. Actually, do we need this 1x8? Yeah, we do need the 1x8. So let's start by putting that 1x2 right about here. Yeah, and I think this works fairly well, like so. Oh, we have those backwards, don't we? Yeah, like so. Then we've got a spot right here, although that spot, I don't know that I mind too much if we don't succeed in closing it out. So what we can do is we can add another ladder right here, which is going to close a lot of that space up pretty nicely. And then, there we go. We've kind of got this lined up. We might come back to this area in a second, but let's take a look at some of the other little pieces that we've still got floating around. So we've got a buoy. We've got another buoy. And then we've got all of these that were originally used to close up the swimming area. So let's start closing up the swimming area for real now. So this one is still good where it was. This one is still good where it was. This one, if we put it right there, no, it's no good. If we put it right here, that's kind of all right. We just need sort of a little bit of a water piece. And actually, this might be an interesting place to use the splash zone. So let's learn how the splash zone fits onto studs. It looks like its space profile is actually 2x4. Yeah, it's a 2x2 with extensions. It makes it a little bit fatter. And it's going to make it a little bit tricky to place for us. But can we be clever? I'm very tempted to use this as illegal parts usage back here. Yeah, it doesn't really quite fit. It does close the space pretty nicely, but it doesn't quite fit. So let's pull this up again. Ugh. It's now attached rather securely, which is good. And let's see what we're working with. So again, this is sort of, so it would kind of go probably right about here. And then that's actually going to pretty effectively close up that area. So this is just going to look like splashy water right there. If we had, and we do, from the extra parts, have an extra 1x1 water piece. So can we put that here? It can. Shockingly, that actually works. And then again, let's go ahead and keep using the water from the bucket here to tile up the rest of this area, which would otherwise be pretty hard to tile. So here's a second one. And we try it again. Now this third one right here is going to be a little bit uncooperative, but what I'm wondering is if we find a corner tile or a hill tile. So there's a hill tile. Here's the enchilada is a corner tile. And then there's actually another piece that I have in mind. Let's see if I can find one over in my recent spares. Yes. It's the same as the enchilada. So would this work here? It would! Seems like somebody's lost an enchilada in the pool, which is very unsanitary, but, you know, what can you do with kids around? Yeah, look at that. I certainly don't have one of those in the watercolor. Oh, actually, I do have one of those in the watercolor. Look at this. Just from my extra pieces. Now I have to get the enchilada up. This is not the solution I expected for this little section, and yet I think it works. Here. And then we would put that down. Now, if I had a 1x1 plate in that color, that would also be great. And I'm sure I do. The question is how long it would take to find it. Let's pick this up. This isn't all of my available extra pieces. It's kind of just the unsorted ones. That's not the right color of teal. That is the right color of teal. Boom. So we've added a couple of little pieces there. And we also can see that this needs to go down. Hey Zeal, nice to see ya. As you can see, we got 2 Lego water park sets, and we're just kind of modifying them to fit together. There we go. We've recovered a 1x1 brick from back there. And now this splash area is pretty well controlled. Let's take this one and put it in here. I don't really know what this thing here was supposed to be from the original Legoland water park set, but we might make use of its 1x1 bricks, so we'll set it to the side. I think now we can slot our big slide back in place again, which goes on pretty easily. And there we go. I'd say that's a fairly safe exit to the swimming area. And then over here, once again, we have this one. And now we're left with sort of 2 extras, which is fine. It'd be nice to close off this swimming area right here, but we're not going to be doing it with one of these. What we really need is like a 1x3 brick. And we don't have a 1x3, but we'll recall we do have this 2x3 that was used for the diving board earlier. So I think we can economize on that, kind of like so. Yep. Pretty much exactly like this. And I am going to go ahead and put, here's another spot where it'd be really nice to have a 1x3 plate. So I might remember that actually a 1x3 isn't quite going to do it, is it? No, we just need a corner, another corner. So again, we just need a piece that has the same shape as that tortilla, that enchilada. But I'm going to go with, I don't want to use tan. I'd love a white 1x1 brick plate, which we have. So here's one. And that's going to kind of close that area off. Like so. And now the water slide here is pretty stable. It has a barrier and exit. We've got 2 extra of these guys, but we're in really great shape for kind of hitting the final details of this combination here. So now we're going to rotate this again, and we're going to start carefully putting our last few pieces in place. So again, we've retained an area up front for the adults to sunbathe, which is pretty nice. Probably right about here, with the table in between them. Or maybe even at their feet, or maybe even behind them. Kind of like so. They're definitely in a splash zone, but what can you do? I guess we could move them here. That's actually not bad. Again, we're just sort of drafting the idea. Now our biggest remaining swimming pool area is kind of here with the double slides. It's not very safe to have kids popping in anywhere where there's sort of the action of water falling. Let's block this off too. So there we go. That's going to be where one of those is going to go. That's good. And in fact, we can even make this, there might be an opportunity for a double high barrier here. Yeah, I think that that actually looks pretty okay. So this is not a safe pool to jump into. This is not a safe pool to jump into because, again, you have kids coming through the slides. But this one right in the middle is. So that's where we're going to put our diving board. And we're going to say that people like to come on in and jump into that. So I think that probably right about here is fine. We could make the diving board shorter. We could use this color. That's already a little bit better. Here or here. It's going to look best like so. So there's our diving board. It'd be nice to line it up with the center of the sort of this falling water bucket feature. Is there still water in the falling water bucket? So the original water park set used 1x1 round plates instead of 1x1 round tiles for their water bucket. So I think that we can keep that because the tiles are more useful for us as water pieces anyway. So take back the one that was an extra for the set, put it back over there. And now we're kind of in the end zone at this point. So our last real pieces to place at this point are kind of right in front of us right here. So we've got an extra buoy. We've got 2 buoys. I think we're going to take these buoys and put them up on this elevated edge here. So maybe this is a place where lifeguards go to get their buoys. The flag we're not going to worry about. Yeah, I think that looks just fine like so. Let's go ahead and connect the slide up there using some of these railing pieces, and then we'll put in these coolers somewhere to the side. And actually, why settle for 1 drop bucket when you can have 2? So let's go ahead and make that 2 drop buckets right here, which we can now fill with 3 studs each, which is really going to amplify the water drop action, and I think make this a pretty fun water park feature. Does this not go forward? Did I install this the wrong way somehow? How's that even possible? It must be because there's a plate there that it's running up against. Yeah. Can I fix that? Not easily. But I think I have an idea. Is that a 1x6? Oh, I think I know. All right, now we have to do some architecture. Pull this up. Oh, it's a 1x5. That's interesting. Oh, it's 2x3 actually. 1x3, which we were just saying we needed. So this can go right back down where it came from. And I think what we can do is put this railing piece right there, and then our splash bucket will be able to splash again. No, it will not. So we need to have no tile right there. That's fine. We can have no tile right there. It's green into green, so it doesn't really matter too much. But we have recovered these extra plates that we might make use of. Put the tortillas aside. We're going to call this a serving platter, so maybe the employee is going to carry this with a tortilla on it. That's kind of neat. So now we're at a ratio of 1 employee to 2 parents and 3 kids. I'm sure she's got a really great time handling that. So here's the pieces we're working with. Again, we'll set these off to the side and this off to the side. Here's the pieces we're working with. It'd be nice to add a railing right here. I might make use of this 2x2 back somewhere, which is fine. I like the idea of this food cart being able to kind of rest under the slide back here. So let's go ahead and put in, yeah, we'll go ahead and put in this these food portions. So this one, it can go right there. Can it go up 1 more stud for parity with the heights of the rest of the build? I think it can, actually. So it would be something like this, and then this would go right in front of it like so. And then we have a 1x2, perfect. So we're going to need to lift up the blue slide. Actually, we're going to need to lift up both slides to put this in, and that's okay. We just don't want to lose track of where the different pieces are. So let's put this on here. And this is going to be another one of those instances where we just want to get this plates on first, since it's plates on plate action. The reason I'm struggling is because I have a brick right there. There it is. Make that plate nice and flush, reflatten whatever we just unflattened. We actually have an opportunity to try to flatten this business right here too, so let's stand up and push down on this. This whole combination has taken a hair longer than I imagined it would, but that's okay. I'm looking over to the side for another corner tile again for this space under the orange slide. Probably whatever color I find will be pretty much okay there, except for the tortilla. We have big plans for the tortilla, guys. We don't. I mean, all I can find is this very bright colored sort of Lego Friends pinkish one, but that's okay. Still want to plop that on there. Now we can see that this is finally flush. There we go. Here's that backdrop. So now we've got a completely flush backdrop, which really kind of makes this feel like this water park behind here is open beach, which is exactly what would be behind here. In the layout. So this is great. Plop that storage bin there. Put another one of these under here because it doesn't interfere with the opening, and that's kind of got a nice texture to it to have those two things together. And now we're truly down to the dregs of pieces, which is exactly what we want. Put this here. Put this slide back up. Put this 1x1 blue piece here. Put this slide back in place. And now that we've used pretty much all the other pieces, we can connect these two slides the way that we intend to. So they're at the same level, which means there's basically a space of a 1x1 in between them. So we want some railings here, probably a railing right here, since there's the ability to fall, and then a railing probably right here, where once again there's the ability to fall. We might use this 1x3 right here again, and let the railing be there. And that definitely would be good for safety if we don't need it anywhere else. So now over here, I mean, we could just let this slide float. It's not really doing any harm. Then we would put this blue piece here. Now we have the risk of falling over the side, but I'm going to put this little thingy right there. And actually, instead of using that like so, we can pop that out, use this on the back, and we can put in these two pieces that were originally for the splash drop, and they're going to look almost like a gate here. So we'll see how that looks. I think we want them the other orientation though, which is kind of annoying. And this is something you see really commonly at water parks too, is you have sort of, there we go. This I can work with. You have sort of a toll gate, you know, you have to pass through that. In fact, I think we can even use this to launch the minifigures if I was a little bit more clever than I am, but I'm not going to work on that too much right now. And then connecting up these two right here without blocking off the stairs. So that right there is going to look perfect. We've got a really nice color. We can take this red stop and go sign and we can put them on our little toll gate here. It'd be nice if they were in such a way that it was able to actually move believably. Put it like this, and then we can put them backwards. Is this going to involve flipping them around again? Yes, it is. But this is kind of how it goes. You just sort of, you know, you just sort of go piece by piece. There we go. There we go. Actually, did I just invent a new mechanism? I think I might have. Let's take Dad here. Let's put him sitting down. It's like a backwards drop slide. That's actually kind of hilarious. I got it to work once. Hold on. That's incredible. We made a new mechanism here. Okay, incredible. What I might do is put this like so, like this, and then if I could get another, no, I don't even need another. Actually, yes, I do. So we'll take this. We're so close here. Let's see what I'm doing in a moment, I think. And the nice part about this is we have not obstructed this ladder, which is back here, which is good, because we want people to be able to climb up and access whatever all this is. Good. Good. So now I'd kind of like a 1x1 blue tile or plate, which is probably going to be pretty easy to find in my extra pieces. Yes, found one immediately. So let's put that over there. I haven't done a particularly great job keeping track of what are the pieces we've added to the set. But in this case, I don't really care, because the only pieces we've added to the set so far, besides saying that we want some 1x3 plates back here, are extra pieces, are 1x1s of various different shapes and sizes. Put this log thing over here. This all looks fine. All of this looks fine. All of that looks fine. This is all ready to be tiled off. So what have we got left? We've literally got a 1x4 plate, which we can put back here, I think. And then we've got a 2x4 tile, which doesn't seem to have a particularly great home for it, and that's okay. I suppose I could put it back here, where there's this splash zone stuff. The only other thing is, back here when I look at this railing, I still kind of think this part of the railing right here isn't super, super safe. But I don't really have another. If I move this over one more, it might look a little better. That does look a little better. Would I be happier if I used that log that we just wasted over here? Yeah, except, you know what? Actually, you need to be able to get up the ladder there. So now what I need is a 1x1 brown plate. Let's see if we can find one of those. We can. We're having great luck with the extra pieces today. Plop that right on there. Boom. Now that looks intentional. Our log can go over here. And we're back down to just those last two pieces. One by one and 1x4. And this is pretty trivial at this point, so that won't be particularly hard. We could put this here as like sort of an approach mat to the staircase. I don't think it looks great, but at least it gives a reason why we have sand-colored pieces here instead of dark tan pieces. Although I guess with sand-colored pieces, they're going to look like an approach anyway. We could put this up here on top of the slide, but I don't think that looks particularly great. We could put this here, which actually looks okay, but again, a 1x3 plate would look better. So I think our best bet is going to be one of these areas over here. And that also gives us space to put these two as well. And lets them swivel, which I think is nice. Or at least lets the one swivel. And then we said we were going to take this last 1x4 plate and just put it over here, where it's not bothering anybody. Actually, is that under stress? Wow, you guys probably can't see this, but the slide makes this like under stress by like literally less than a millimeter, but we still want to not do that. No stress. So boom. Let's put it here. This is fine because this is a 1x2 anyway. So we'll go 1x2, 1x4, corner piece of any color, plate of any color. Actually, we'll go ahead and use one of these because this is exactly the piece we talked about the boardwalk being. So there's one. That's all good. You know what else I really could use is actually a 1x1 right here to block off the rest of this. And I feel like that shouldn't actually be too hard to find. Yeah, because remember we have this strange thing here, which we can use to block off the shower. Okay, so we'll put this weird thing here, air horn type of gizmo. Maybe it's the speaker system for the water park. And here, let's go ahead and put, we need that color again. Could do that. Put this back, put this back. That's all fine. Still want a corner tile. So close. So very close. Here's a yellow. Why not? There we go. There we go. So that's contiguous. This is contiguous. This is fine. There we go. I think we're done, guys. I think we're done. Yeah, that worked really well. We have effectively combined these two sets. It's ready for tiling off with boardwalk pieces eventually. And we have not expanded the space profile beyond the existing amount, the existing. I think this piece can actually go here. If I'm very careful. Beyond the existing 32 by 24. No, it actually can't, although I don't quite understand why the other one was able to slot in so nicely then. Where'd it go? There it is. Just gonna put it right here. Cool. One done. Not too bad. So how long did we spend overall? An hour and 11 minutes. Not too bad. So I'm going to set this aside, and we're going to basically load up the next project for today. So we'll be right back, folks. Okay. So next up, we're going to tackle something a little bit different here. So let me pull the dust off of these. One and two. Three, four. They look kind of like this. Cool. So this is going to be something a little bit different here. So what we're looking at with our front cameras there, like so. So this is 2 Lego sets in my residential zone. So let's go ahead and pop up the residential playlist, which is always kind of fun. Boop. Amazing. So we're looking at the residential zone here, and so dusty. Everything's so dusty. It's been so long. Originally, so the residential zone is on 24 by 32 lots, and as you can see, the residential zone, you've got grass lawns. I've got this 1x1 stud with a hole in it that makes for this really awesome grassy texture here. It's going to look something like that. And originally, this residential lot was kind of interesting because I took 2 Lego sets and I put them together like so. And what this sort of makes, and I have a couple of pieces that would be needed to fill it in here, but what this sort of makes is one contiguous lot. So you've got the telephone pole on the left, you've got the lamppost you can see here on the right, and these sets were the Up House and the Cozy House, which is a Lego Creator 3-in-1 set from, gosh, I don't know, 2023 probably, maybe 2024. And that's all fine and well. But there's just one issue, which is, and that's what we're going to be doing today, is we're going to be doing something a little bit different. We're actually going to do a disassembly here, not of the entire set, but we're going to separate these 2 sets. Because I now have a different Lego set. Spoiler alert, it is the Friends Beekeepers house. Let's get that on the top camera. There we go. The Friends Beekeepers house from 2025 that I want to go beside the Cozy house. They're going to look really, really nice together. And meanwhile, my plan for the Up house is I'm actually going to take this and move this into the city. And that's going to feel just like Disney's Up, where the old man has, you know, the developers buy the lots that are around his house and he doesn't have any say in it, and then one day, the next thing you know, he's surrounded by a bustling city, which I think is going to be pretty cool. And actually, I'm kind of thinking of Lego Spider-Man's Oscorp as the big looming city building to be behind Lego Up. But before we do that, we have to detangle these 2 lots, which is going to be kind of interesting. So what we're going to do is we're going to go, and we need to make sure that we have successfully detangled these. It looks like I've done a pretty good job of keeping them separate. Pretty much the only 2 things I need to figure out are which sets each of these 2 little pieces go to right here, which means that this detangling effort isn't really going to take us that long. Then we'll take Up out of the picture, we'll build the Beekeeper's house, understanding that we have an altered lot that we're working with here, before finally ordering the remaining pieces to get these 2 lots finished off. So let's go ahead and start, as we often do, by heading to, actually we're just going to head to Google this time. So we're going to say Lego fence 1x4 black. I need this part number, and I bet it's going to be this one. It's this one right here. So the Lego piece number, it's actually not quite this one. It's a more modern version of it. It's this one. Part number 6066113. Lego part 6066113. That's the one. So now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to take this part number and we're going to go to brick set. It's actually really annoying that I haven't logged into brick set on this computer yet. But we're going to go ahead and we're going to look at Continue without supporting us. I really need to log into Brickset over here, don't I? Fine, I'll get to it eventually. It's only appeared in 69 sets. So if we look at those sets, come on, Brickset. Crud. We're experiencing high levels of usage at the moment, so this data set is only available to logged in users. Okay, fine. Be right back. All right, there. We finally logged into Brickset over on this computer. Congratulations. You can now see the dark extent of my fixation. So where were we? We're working on a project, so let's go ahead with that. I liked that POV here, but I do want to get the, I want to have the website available, so let's try it like this. Yeah. Yeah, that should be good. Okay, so here's a list of the 69 sets that this fence piece is in. And what we can actually do is we can go to My Collection. We can filter that to only sets that I own. So this might be from Books Are My Passion, which fell off my bookshelf not too long ago. But if it were, it should have plates and tiles on either end of it. So it's not that. We haven't built the pagoda yet. It's not from the A-frame cabin where it's an interior piece. It is not from a Lego Minecraft set. We haven't built this yet. Haven't built this yet. This is long since put away. Oh, we did an alternative floor plan for Ninjago City Gardens, which is one of the better things I've ever done. It's not from this, which is long since put away. Diagon Alley is not opened yet. It's not from a Minecraft set, as we said. It's not from Park Street Townhouse, or Corner Deli, or Minecraft, or Parisian. So that's kind of interesting, because that... Let's look at this list again. I'm trying to think if any of these sets have even been around the area where these two sets that we're looking at right now were. A lot of Creator. I mean, it's possible they were the A-frame cabin, but I don't think they were the A-frame cabin, because that's put away. So maybe it was the bookshelf. But again, seems kind of unlikely given it would have parts attached to it. Okay. Maybe owned, flagged. Well, one copy with exclusive parts. Oh, I think it might be this. No, because we built that set. We built this crusher, even though we haven't finished the mine. How many copies are here? It contains 8. They're all used in the crusher. Sorry, slight technical difficulties here. Own one copy with exclusive parts. Okay, so my next thought here is perhaps I actually ordered this with the intention of it being an extra piece specifically for this set. But I would feel that if I'd done that, I would have a better recollection of where I actually intended it to go. So, oopsie. Yeah, because I should have ordered I should have ordered white. I'm a little stumped, guys, but that's okay. I'm a little stumped. Those are really the only sets I own that have this. Is it from something I wanted that I haven't bought yet? Oh, I need to remember. There's a reason I need to remember that set, but that's fine. I'm really wondering if it might have been the mining experts, but if it was, then I probably thought that the piece was missing. And I probably went, oh, I need to order that. Or certain bags only. Yeah, okay, so I think this is actually irrelevant. Very interesting. And then similarly, this with this color leaf does not look like it came from either of these builds, but we're going to check. So this should be an easy one, because what we can do here is we can go to Cozy House. That is this set. Parts. This is what happens when you leave projects alone for too long. Shouldn't do that. Go down to the green pieces. Go down to the specific color of green. There's our green leaf. So we have this in loads of sets, but we want to look at all colors. We want to find the basic light green, which is going to be down here. Okay, so here we go. Now I want to look at this sets containing this part. I think this view is going to get us there. And then we want to sort this by sets I own, please. Filter. I think I got to that screen from a, there we go, my collection. So now when we take it to own set, that's going to take it only to 52. So now I'm only really thinking about sets where I've had this part on display recently. I think right away this might be the answer here, but we'll keep going down. Restaurant and cooking. I own this? Interesting. Beekeepers House, but we haven't opened up the Beekeepers House as we saw. Lilo and Stitch, Toad, Medieval Square. Could be Ollie and Paisley, but that's been put away for a while, as has that. That's not built. That's not built. Could be there. That's not built. Could be Eldorado Fortress. Where is this in Eldorado Fortress? Space Roller Coaster, Dream Village, Mobile Tiny House. I own that? Really? I have no idea where this set is. Might need to track that down at some point. Botanical Garden's not built yet. Apartment building is not built yet. You're seeing a theme here? There's quite a few things that I haven't built yet. Team Hideout. This is probably from Team Hideout, the way that we have so many of these. I mean, I'm not particularly worried, considering these are both incredibly common pieces, so we're kind of just wasting time here, but sometimes it's nice to know. What I'm basically looking at is just to see if either of these two sets actually shows up with this piece as an included part, because then it'd be a dead giveaway that it went to one or the other. Otherwise, I'm going to say that went to either Eldorado or the Monkey King Hideout, Heart Lake. So it doesn't. So it's not one of these two sets. So again, we're just going to look really quickly. I want to look at back images of Eldorado, see if it shows up there. You can actually do a multivariate search. You can look for two parts at once, which would be a really easy way to figure this out. But I'm lazy. I think this one must have gone to Monkey King's Hideout, so fine, whatever. Anyway, so I'm going to remember to put this to the side later. And so now we've separated these two sets. So we know that the parts to the up house, plus some extra parts I ordered from it, which may no longer be necessary, are basically right here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take out the parts that I know are supposed to belong to the front, the street front right here. So that's going to be, oh, you see all this grass for the grass lawn. There's our up characters and the dog. Isn't the dog's name like Doug or something? I think that's right. So here's our street lamp. here's our front of street pieces. I want to quickly go back to the up house and see if any of these plates belonged to it. Man, you'd think it'd be easier to kind of find a set called The House from Up. Maybe it's like Disney's Up. Up. Too many results. Lego, Up, House, brick set. And all I'm looking for here is plates. I want to know what classic green plates were used in this set. And then we can move on. And the answer is none. So we're going to take all of this. And these. And we're going to remove them. And we're actually not going to add them to our new stockpile yet. And the reason for that... No, actually we are. But I am going to take all this grass and these birds and these characters and put them back in here. So when we go to put this on a city lot, once we have, I don't know, say Oscorp or something, we will remember that we have to start fresh with probably a 16 by 16 green base plate or something like that. Maybe a brown one, actually. All right, so now we're going to take the up house out of the picture. We have more to do with you. It will be another day. And really quickly, let me show you the Oscorp that we were talking about, because it's kind of cool. Spider-Man versus Oscorp. It's a small, so what you can imagine is you basically take this set, maybe you put it on top of these other buildings, and you just start building upward. And I think a lot of people have sort of done this idea, but a lot of people are trying to turn this into a proper 32 by 32 modular building. I wouldn't need it to be 32 by 32 because we're going to have the Oscorp, the up house in front of it. So I would honestly only need it to be about 6 to 8 deep, which it currently is, and then 16 wide. 32 wide. So the width would be our primary problem here. Of course, we could do it as a facade, in which case our width would be a little bit better. It'd be something like 6 plus 12 plus 6, or maybe 8 plus 16 plus 8, which would actually get us pretty close, pretty much to the width that we were looking for. But I don't know. What we can do is you can pretty easily look at... I mean, we're just hanging out. We're just learning together, right, guys? You can look at Rebrickable. That set is number 76324. 76324. Oscorp. And you'll see really, really quickly that people have come up with all these interesting ways to make modular Oscorp. And it's a pretty huge set, the way that they do it. But actually, nobody's really done kind of what I was looking for. This is probably the closest. 2,200 parts, though. Yeah, so as you can see, the space profile on this one is actually almost a 32 by 32. I actually really think... that if we did this, we would just do a super easy... Here we go. This is what I was looking for. This is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. And then how big are the sides? 2, 4, 6. So that's 5, 10 plus 14 is 24. 24, that's 8 on either side, so that would be, it's not great. It's not a great way to do the building, but I actually think that we could do this pretty effectively. Now, this set only came out on August 1st, so it hasn't been out that long. The height would be a little bit small for the city, but I think I can see a way that we could possibly do this as a kind of interesting city build. So you'll have to stay tuned probably sometime when, I mean, this set, I'm going to want this to go on like 50% discount before I'm going to pick it up. But I do have a vision. The point is we have a bit of a vision. And worst things to worst, they make a modular Oscorp someday, and I just go, all right, well, I've kind of already crossed that bridge, so whatever. Plus you get the super cool Norman Osborn minifigure, who I don't think has been in an actual Lego set yet. So that, we are talking about we're talking about a build for another day, but at least we've got it lined up. Yeah, we don't have a Norman Osborn character recently, so it'd be pretty cool to get him. All right, so let's go ahead and jump into the next build. What are we at? 240 Eastern. It's pretty cool. So we're going to go to set all this aside. We've got these extra plates here, but largely the cozy house is finished, and I don't want to make a bunch of extra work for myself by doing too much more underneath its profile. It looks like all we're really missing here are the 2 1x8 tiles for up front, and then underneath it, you're not going to be able to see this very effectively, but it's pretty clear that I need, it's hanging together by a bit of a shoestring back there. So I better, actually, it was right about to collapse in my hands. I clearly need some 4x10 green plates to make this thing a bit more stable. And I've kept it kind of loosely together while I wait for those to arrive. And actually, I suspect that those have been ordered and exist somewhere up in the parts stockpile. And we'll get to them eventually. But for right now, we're not really worried about filling in this particular build. We're worried about getting Cozy House ready to join it. Here's all the minifigures and stuff that go with that set. We'll set them off to the side too, along with this stockpile. And we can actually, we're going to remember that we can use these plates in the Cozy House as we go forward. So we'll set those to where they're readily accessible. And let's open up the Beekeepers house and Flower Garden from 2025 January. It looks like this was released. And let's pop open its instructions. Now this set is 1161 pieces, so if we were not doing an alternative floor plan, we would expect this to take us about an hour and 40 minutes, something like that, maybe a little bit faster. We are doing an alternate floor plan to a degree, but I actually think most of it's going to be super, super easy to adjust. So let's see what we're working with. Again, our basic profile is going to be 16 by 24. So let's build it. Where are my timers at? There's one. Couple of stickers on this house, but not too many. Right off the bat, though, we can see that our space profile that they're giving us here is going to be at least 32 by 16, which is too big for us. Actually, it's at least 30 or 38 by 16. We're looking for something a little bit more like this. But what we might be able to do here is simply section off half of this house and put it straight back into the forest. So I'm going to hold on to, if they ask us to start building the house on the green base plate instead of the gray, the tan, I'm going to say no thank you and kind of adjust. But let's see what we're working with here. So right off the back, build it your way. I think they're telling us, I don't think this has actually alternate builds, not in Lego Friends, but what it might be is just saying, hey, you can build this digitally if you want to instead of in paper, which ironically is exactly what we're doing. I actually really dislike using the Lego Build app, but I do like just thumbing through the instructions here with my little quick click. So right at the bat, we've got these cute little bees. Oh, you can't see that. It's a bee tile. So that's two amazing printed tiles that we've gotten today. First we had the tackle, and now we've got these bees. A nice teal brick separator, which again is going to be very useful for applying stickers. And we've got kind of a grandpa character here. So let's build him. And some people really get annoyed mixing mini dolls and minifigures. I'm not bothered by it at all. I think that especially for the teenage girls, the mini dolls look pretty effective. Okay, so we do need to know where we're going here, since again, if we're going to take this whole area and place it not in our house, but rather in our forested area, then we need to know sort of how these things fit together. So this is sort of a little residential garden, though. So I could actually see this being attached to the back of the house without much of a problem. Now, what is... Okay, here's our big picture. Looks like the beekeeping area is kind of separate. We do have some trees and things that we can move back into the forested area. Ooh, I'm having to think pretty hard here, guys. I need to know what space profile this house is. Okay, great. So we are doing an alternative floor plan. I think that this is going to be the back. I think it's going to be this space in the back with the beekeeping stuff on it. I think that the trees are going to be moved. I think. I can kind of see the vision a little bit. This is basically going to be, yeah. I think that 16 by 16, that's going to be a spot with, how crowded can I make this? This person is very busy for sure. Did this involve bag 2? I think it did. No, this actually might have all been one bag. Yeah, I see what they're doing there. So let's go to bag 2 and bag 3. Let's see. So bag 2, we've got the main house. How much of the space profile does it take up? It looks like it takes up the entire profile, plus 1, 2, 3, 4. We can have it go plus 8, not just plus 4. So if that's the front lawn, let's see what it's going to look like. Very nice tiling, actually. We'll see how much of this we want to preserve. So that's the house. It goes to the back of the lot, and then you have sort of this business in front plus We really basically need this plus 3. We need this plus 3. It is nice to have a bit of a lawn. So maybe instead of this 1x4 here, we could do a yeah, we could do a 1x4 up here. Try to move this table to the back. Put something right in front here instead of the table. And then in the back we can use, actually technically in the back we could use a whole nother 16x16 plate with the beekeeping and the gardening stuff. And I think that's what we're probably going to want to do, so that it can be either a forest building or, none of this makes any sense to you guys, but this is just thinking about how I want to put this in the city. And what that means is we actually, okay, I think I know how we're going to do this. What's our distance? What's our width there? A 2, 4, a 2, a 6, and a 2. And the back, yeah, a 2, a 6, and a 2. Oh, I'm tired just thinking about this. And then in round 3, yeah, so that's where they wanted us to do all this beekeeping business. So we're going to split this up. So we're going to take those trees, and they're actually going to go on this. Then all of this is going to go, okay, I think I see it. I almost see it. Okay, so I am going to build this in order. Basically like so. So we're going to go over here, and instead of picking up what they were asking me to pick up, I'm actually going to take this green plate here, and I'm going to build this whole thing basically moving backward. This, like so. So I can centralize this, bring my pieces up. Yeah, I got it. This isn't actually going to be too bad of an adjustment. I really do love my alternate floor plans, don't I? Okay, so right off the jump, I know what's going to be going on with this. Set that aside. This aside. Set this aside. Take this, and we're going to save it for the forest at the end, so I'll move it all the way to the other side of my screen here. Same here. This. Save it for the end. This, I know where it's going. And then what I want to do is I'm going to have this back it up into the house, which I think means it's going to look like this. Put that right in the center of the screen where you can see it. Then I'll flip this around and basically build this the way they asked me to. This will be saved for the forest. Make sure you don't lose sight of the forest for the trees, guys. This will go here. 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 Now, interestingly enough, they actually wanted this to extend a little bit more. And I think we can accommodate that. So let's go ahead and pick all this up already. Alternate floor plans, the channel where most of what you watch me do is make alternate floor plans. They're very tedious, but sometimes they turn out rather nice. It's the warmest part of the day right now, which is nice because I don't even have to be running a heater or anything, and I'm perfectly good. Yep. Okay, now I feel comfortable with what we're doing. Got a nice little printed tile with a beetle on it. That's kind of cute. Keep missing pieces here. I kind of want to put the slide the cozy house to where it's visible in that side camera. That looks nice. Get these out of the way. There we go. Oh, you might remember last time, remember how I said those extra parts from the cherry trees would make for good telephone poles? There we go. Just like I said. Pretty much exactly. Get this out of the way. Looks like Grandpa does some pretty serious gardening back here. Growing all kinds of stuff. He better hope that I allow him to keep his garden rather than letting it be swallowed by the forest. Because I will do it. Don't try me. Don't try me, Gramps. I will give your garden to the forest. I know what lives in the forest. Elves and goblins and hikers. Oh my. He's literally making like a Minecraft garden back here. Grandpa is serious. He does not mess around. Oh, I kind of see what they've done here. So they've offset this a little bit to maximize the size of these gardening plots. I think that was kind of unnecessary, but all right. Two. Three. Now, whatever we're about to make, we're going to make it a couple of times. We got one of those repeating steps. Is everybody calmed by the tranquil residential music? I'm trying to think when I actually did something residential on this channel previously. I'm like, what did we build already? I don't know. But I had the playlist ready to go. So it must have been something. And then this has got little berries on top of it, which is kind of interesting. I'm not sure what plant these are supposed to be, but... Oh, I know what we did. We did the farm, and we built all those farm crops, sunflowers and things. This looks almost like cabbages or something. That's kind of cool. These are neat. These are plants that I haven't seen Lego try to design previously. And I always think it's neat when somebody comes up with a sort of a new way of doing a plant. These are massive cabbages. Kapusta. And then some very tall carrots, I guess. That, or we're going to find out that Grandpa has already harvested some of the carrots, I think. And obviously, where there's carrots, there's going to be a bunny lusting after them. And looks like some bees are trying to pollinate these cabbages, which is kind of neat. And then here's some harvested carrots, just like we imagined. Left right in easy access of the rabbit. Like, Grandpa should really be out here minding after all this, so let's put him... He's ready to beat this rabbit with a shovel. He's ready to have rabbit stew, you know? Here's just a little plant. And a ton of extra pieces, including an extra bee and an extra beetle, which we might just... Those are awesome. The beetle we might keep to use in some other set, but the bee, it's really neat that we have, this is a beekeeper's house, so we want to have as much continuity as possible, as many bees as possible. And actually, for continuity, let's go ahead and take the bee and say that it's trying to pollinate, you know, some of this trellis business over here. I think that that would be a really nice way to do some continuity between these two sets that we are placing beside each other. So I think that's kind of nice. And we're on to bag 2. It's going to have us set this whole build aside and go to the house. Now, what I think we actually want to do instead is skip all the way to the end of the instructions and start building the sort of beekeeping hives that are back here. So now this time we've already used this green thing. So we're going to remember that we actually have access to all these other green pieces whenever they want us to build trees. But when they want us to build infrastructure, we'll do something different. So this is bags 6, 7, and 8. So here's bag 8, 6. Yeah, so again, kind of an alt floor plan here, but not as tricky of one. This is one where once we planned it, it's going to go pretty smoothly. It's not going to be particularly challenging compared to, say, the complete reconstruction we had to do for the Rebel base, or even the single bag, double bag water park earlier today. Here we got a Lego friend. I don't know her name. She looks shy. She's got a little bangs. So what I think we want to do actually is now once again kind of build this like so. Yeah, can you see what I'm doing all the way back there? Let's move these parts over, move this forward to about here, and zoom in. There we go. Yeah, we're doing pretty well. A very slight alt floor plan. But I mean, this is what Lego's about, guys. I mean, it kind of depends on who you are tuning into the stream, but for me, you know, I'm not a young kid who just wants to build all the stuff and combine it. I mean, I still enjoy my little Star Wars sets and stuff like that, and I build them off screen because, like I said, it's really easy to do that while you're on like a phone call or something. But now, like, there's so much more. There's so much more potential that we can do, even within the bands of the sets that Lego releases themselves, just by making alternates of them. It's really neat. So this is kind of neat. We have sort of like a rock wall at the end of this house. We're basically just taking this house and this is now a temporarily extra piece. We're basically just taking this build and oh, and look how nicely that's going to tessellate. Very, very nice. So this was going to be like that. Now it's going to be like right there, which means I'm going to need this tile. This is the one that's actually going to be extra. And this one we will have sideways. Something, something, expanding your Lego city, something, something, very entertaining. Then we have two of these, which are now going to go in the stash. You always have a stash when you're doing an alt layout. And then at the end, you get to come back and undo your stash. Got this. We'll pick up the bunny and the crate for now. Move them over. We'll pick up this flower for now. Kind of do this, because this, I think, is going to be where all the beehives are. Yeah, let's scroll down and double check that. And also let's see if we're actually going to need this connective area back there. What are they doing with that? Well, those are nice. Put those to the side. Here's the trees. So we want to not use these bricks here yet. And what we can use instead are these connective bricks, which is okay. Put Grandpa to the side. There's a plan. Same. Pull out this, because it's going to be used for trees. And instead use one of these. Well, that's fine like that for right now. But what I'm waiting to figure out is simply whether there's going to be something in that 2x6 zone over there, or if I can move the beehives over more. Oh, I do need that. I actually might need that too. Is that a beehive or is it like a birdhouse? I don't even know what all this beekeeping stuff is. Beehives. This floor plan just got complicated. More beehives. That's cool. This looks cool. Big sunflowers. Now this stuff I might want to move to the front of the house, actually. But it's got a pretty big space profile. So let's keep in mind that at the front of the house we have another 8 worth, which is quite a lot. I think that's enough for this. Actually, let's say we've got about 5 worth, because again, we know that we need 3. We know that we need 3 for that. Yeah, so we've got about 5. That's going to be a bit tricky. And I don't have an even 8 long piece. I have those. I could use 4, 8, 12, 16. I could just use these, which we took out of the up house. Yeah, that's probably going to be our best bet. So we'll use those to build this potted plant business when we get to there. Do we need all this intricate tiling? I don't think so. Don't need that tree. And then is this also a tree? That's also a tree, so we can get rid of that too. Yeah, you see what we're doing? We're basically taking this and putting it there, and this and putting it back there, and this is going to be in front, and this is going to be in the back, and these are going to be off in the forest. It's conceptually a bit interesting. Oh wait, I still wanted to check what was happening with that blank area that was 2x6. Nothing. Why is there nothing? Okay, well I need that space, so. And I don't need this, so all of this tan business, including this plate right here, we're going to set to this. Okay, I'm trying to memorize this picture real quick. I'm going to ignore tan. Just ignore tan, and you can use left. Left is fine. Ignore tan. Left is fine. Ignore tan. So let's go back up, and let's start rooting this out. So take this up, because we're ignoring tan. But I don't want to ignore... I think I want to pick up this piece here, Grandpa. And then I need to move this over. That worked well. There's a couple places where this might go, maybe right there even, but we'll deal with that at the end. All right, so back to here. Let's go ahead and place these down because we do need them. That can be like so, and these can be like so. And then I think we're going to be in good shape for the beehive itself. So we're ignoring tan, so we're going to put all these tan pieces up into the stash. We will probably reuse them in the front of the house. More tan that we can ignore. More tan that we can ignore. More tan. It's great. Get it all out of your system now. A little bit more. One of these, two of these. And then some decoration, which we're going to ignore for right now. And then that piece we already grabbed. These we can ignore for right now. Can actually move this down like so. I basically do this. Then we'll have that available. We'll move this down. That's a bit more symmetrical, which symmetry isn't always the goal, but right there it looks all right. And I think we are back to building fairly normally. No, this is where, okay, so this is where those weird garden plots are going to start. So if those are moving to the front of the house, we're going to kind of want to skip them. This is where having the front of the house done would be kind of helpful, actually. And then we can basically pick back up with all of these pieces in a bit. So from the front of the house, they'll look something like this. We have about 5 to work with. Actually, hold on, I'm thinking this through. I actually think we probably want the front of the house to tessellate like so. So we have the house. What does the front look like again? The front looks like it's got this nice path. Oh boy, this is so tricky. This is actually really, really tricky. So if I take out these, oh my gosh, okay. It's always the same. You hit a certain point and you just get to start humming. I think if I take out these, this and this, and I let that actually be the approach, then down here, I'll try to let you see what I'm doing. We can have it be here and here. Here, 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 and here, 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 here. These become set to the side for now. So this is what the front approach will look like. And I know I've got 5 wide to work with. They're going to link up right here. So it's house. And I also think that I'm actually going to move the house over by 1 stud as well if I can. So it's not right at the edge of the property. Oh, that's going to be tricky again too, because then we're going to have all of this. I think that'll work. That'll actually be the least of my problems, won't it? But still, right here. So what that actually tells me is that I can go back another 4 or even 5. So let's block this off. So I know I can't use the first 3 studs of this at least. So that's going to look like that. Can't use the first 3 studs. But I can use another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can use up to another 5 on top of this. Which I'm actually going to mark by switching plates. So here we'll put that back. Here we'll put this. We're going to mark off our 5 like so. So we can use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we cannot go beyond here. And that is our lot right there. So now we can go back to the 3rd instruction. And we can start building this. So how this is going to curve around. So I think that we actually want to have it go like so. Yeah, I think I see the vision here. This is 6, 12. So what are we working with? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And we don't need the last 2 studs. Oh, it's perfect. It's so perfect. This is going to work really well. Okay, so 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So where are we starting at? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's our boundary. And now once again, we're going to rotate this and we're going to start building it as is. If you don't know if you haven't figured out what I'm doing yet, it's about to be pretty clear. So this is going to start here. And then we're going to go down and we're going to build exactly as instructed. This becomes a forest piece. We're starting here. No, we're starting here. We did those, 2 of these. We've got these beautiful flower pots up front. That's why we're doing what we're doing here. And this becomes becomes an extra piece for now. Another one of these. It's all coming together. I think we've actually just solved kind of the last problem here, which is nice. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Another one of these. 1, 2. One right here. One right here. We're going to angle this just like they show in the instructions to make sure we're not missing anything. Then we go like this. This goes right here. This goes right here, connecting up our plates. Very good. Then we have 3. 1, 2. One, two. One of these. We have this, which apparently we actually need, like so. One of those, one of those. Keep going down. We have another one of those for the forest, and then we go 1, 1, 1, 1, 2. Oh, we lost a piece. Oh, I see what happened. Right. We were careless, and in our carelessness, we have made a mistake. There we go, like that. And 3 of these jumpers, like so. And now, however they want us to use those flower pots, we should be able to do it really, really effectively without really any changes. So let's try it. So we've got the flower pot base. This is going to be very tedious, isn't it? Here's one. Again, angling this just like they show in the instructions. Like that. 2. See how I'm jumping around these bags when I do the alt builds? It's kind of fun. Once you've figured it out, once you figured one out, it's kind of fun. I would describe this as medium-low difficulty, but it still could have become really hard if we weren't paying very close attention. Where's the third one? I guess it's here. Looks like these are going to be hexagonal planters, which is kind of neat. Yep. Can't really see this one very clearly, can we? $40 so far on this. There's one. Two. Yeah, hexagonal. That's kind of neat. And it's very on theme for a beekeeper, you know. Honeycomb. Three. Same thing again, we'll start the second planter. So we're really going to make all these planter parts 9 times each. They're just trying to keep us sane while they do, which is fine. Yeah, like that. We know what's coming next. It's the upside down version. The upside down. A vile place. No one has returned. First, whenever I do little tile work like this, my hands start to get sweaty. It's kind of funny. Even though I think we're maintaining a pretty reasonable temperature in here, but it's such meticulous work. Someday we will tile the roof of Rivendell. Then you shall truly know pain. There we go. And now we'll start the third one that's right side up. And as we can see, this is translated perfectly well into the revised floor plan here. One. I got to give kudos to the designers here. Making a bunch of hexagonal planters on this is pretty cool, actually. 2. 3. And we'll make the ones that are right side or upside down. 1. I guess these are like giant terracotta planters, hexagonal terracotta planters or something like that. But all he's got growing in there is just little sunflowers, so... No, big sunflowers. But it's nice to see the interesting new building techniques. Again, in a LEGO Friends set, not necessarily what I expected. I don't recall reading Megan on Brickset's review of this set, but I feel like it should be glowing. This is pretty cool already. A couple of pure extra pieces there. Put those to the side. And then it'll take us on to the next. And I will actually be right back. All right, let's continue that. So on the one hand, it looks like, I know it kind of looks like we're only 2 bags into an 8-bag set and so on, but we've actually solved all the complex challenges already, which means the rest should pretty much be gravy as we keep going here with bag 7. It's there. The rest should all be really, really straightforward. Which means that we'll be able to whip through it more or less pretty quickly. This is cool. It looks like in bag 7 we're switching back to the beekeeping equipment, which also means we are probably going to be switching back to our other base plate back there instead of this altered one that we're working on. But first, let's make our beekeeper friend, which is super neat. Looks like possibly Grandma is the beekeeper. That's very cool. Oh, the beekeeper helmet visor is kind of opaque. It's neat. And she's got a beekeeper spray. I've watched a few videos of kind of what beekeeping looks like. It's a cool profession. Very, very interesting profession. There we go. Nope, I got the handle wrong. It looks like this. This is some kind of fumigator. I think you spray this so that the bees don't attack you while you're beekeeping. Bees! Okay, actually, it looks like the next thing we're going to build is the trees. So, let's set this whole base plate out of the way. Keep switching what we're doing here. There, right in front of the camera. Okay. They did not expect us to build the set this way, but we were undaunted. We're going to line up the numbers again. These ones don't seem to have numbers, do they? Which is interesting, because I feel like the ones we used in the trees did. Okay, I guess it's a slightly different part, technically. That's very interesting. And you can tell now we calm down, we quiet down, because we're just building. Now the hard challenges are totally out of the way, so we just kind of go for it. Here's our first tree. We'll set it right into that brick there. And then we're going to have a sort of a beekeeping house or maybe a bird house, which we are actually not going to put into the tree at all. We're going to set it aside. So many changes. I guess it's kind of always like this when I'm building, you know? Again, like, as nice as it is to build the sets as they are, I have things like Lego Star Wars for that. But for these buildings, especially the residential and the city buildings, I really like the challenge of making something a little bit more than what they imagined we could do with the set. Combining it into standards and lots and rigor. This is not a very sturdy birdhouse build. Not very playable. I feel like if I squeezed it hard enough, it would just sort of snap apart in my fingers. There's just not quite enough connection points, which actually speaks to a need for, actually, I guess that's a little better than I thought. Speaks, usually when you see a build like that that doesn't have enough connection points, it means that there are some specialized parts that don't really exist yet that aren't being used in the set, which is kind of interesting. Because designers will look at that, and that's how they invent new Lego parts that then not much longer become staples or so on. Okay, there's our birdhouse. I'll just set that to the side. Oh, did I build this sideways? Oh, that's a lot more sturdy that way. Derp! Never mind. I'm just foolish. It's okay. Here's our other little tree. With a slightly longer pole this time. And we are going to ignore the building instructions here, which is actually going to be kind of challenging. So we might have to grab some parts from our extra part stash to make this happen. 4, 6. But let's see what they thought we were going to do before we continue. No, actually, I think we're okay. I think what we're going to do is we're going to take there should be an extra 1x2 axle in the set somewhere. We don't have it yet, but I can do this. Okay. Bees. What is this, the hive itself? Or maybe they're just going to show us a couple different types of hive. That's kind of my guess. So we'll set that to the side. And then this sort of leaf work is really just going to be extra parts for us for now. What is this? This has got a ladybug on it. But again, for us, it's just extra parts. We'll put the other ladybug prints over in our true extra parts for the set that we can use in other places. Just some stonework there. Now what are you having us build? A barrel. Water barrel. Maybe the water is what she's spraying against these bees? I don't know. Extra parts. Watering can. Oh, it's the water for the flowers, presumably. And then this thing. Oh, this looks like a water pump. That's kind of a neat little sub build. So let's go ahead and build it. Do those actually click? But I gotta hand it to him. That does actually look like it feels exactly like a water pump feels like. It's not very stable though, unfortunately. Oh, it does click. Oh, that's neat. Kudos. Kudos where due. Guess the ladybug wanted some of that water too. Now we start building the hive that's on the floor. So now we need our back here. It will angle it just like they have once again. A lot of adjustments for this little set. You've done that yourself. Well, yeah. Here's some of those 1x1 by 2/3 bricks that we were looking for earlier while we did the water park. There we go. Just a little residential beekeeping today. That would have been a little sturdier with a 1x2 white plate in there. But they did not ask us for one. Oh, look at that. That's cool. Oh, I see. Bee tiles, and these are printed. We actually haven't used a single sticker yet in this set, which is pretty admirable. So I am appreciative of that. So this is the honeycomb that you can actually remove from in there, I guess. Now we'll make the top, the roof for this beehive. So yeah, it's basically just a bunch of different beehives of different shapes, which I think is very cool. And a birdhouse. I wonder what the neighbor in the cozy house thinks of this beekeeping grandma and flower keeping grandpa, or crop growing grandpa. Another bee over here. Lots of bees. Lots of bees in the beekeeping set. Oh, that's cool. It's not super stable, but it is cool. Let's make the other hive, which they're going to construct with some different building techniques here, so I appreciate that. Here's our 1x2 plates. So they literally had 1x2 plates in the set, but they didn't use them for the purpose that I was. Oh, okay. It's so that you can look down into that slit again, which is fine. It goes like this. 4 more honeycombs. This may not be a new print. That might be a print that already existed. I'm not sure. And a roof for this one. This roof, the roofs on these are actually not very sturdy, by the way, because the stud level here is a little bit higher than it is back there, which is kind of an interesting choice by the designers. But it's nice to have 2 different bee options, 2 different hive looks, actually a couple different hive looks. And this must go there. And all of these are extra pieces. Suddenly a lot of extras there. Okay. Which does at least mean we can use this to continue building our tree higher later. So on to bag 8, where I think we'll just polish off the top of those trees. That's fine. Unless we're going to build Grandpa's sunflowers. Or both. Possibly all of the above. Yeah, I think it's both. But this is kind of cool, you know? They're old, they're retired, they each have their hobby. Each of their hobbies generate income or reduce expenditure. Couple goals. Couple goals. Barbell is an interesting piece to use as part of the build there. That's cool. We have a proprietary sunflower piece here, which must be relatively new. Looks good. Looks good. Oh, more sunflowers. You can see the front one right in front of the camera there, too. Very dense sunflower, all pointed towards the sun. Next, oh my goodness. These must be like some kind of pretty flowers. Wrong color purple. We've got 3 of them right here. There we go. Let's check that. I think now we've used all the correct color purple. Wow, imagine doing that for the farm build 100 times in a row. That would have been tedious. A bee. Everything is getting pollinated. Love it. And one more plant for Grandpa. Another nice rose bush of some kind. Uh-oh. No, I used the wrong color pink, didn't I? Oh no. Oh no. That does look a little better, though. Look at this tedium. Okay, back to this. Now with the correct color pink available. I think I know what's coming next, too. Point these down. Yep, that's what I thought. Nice. Those look nice. And a bee. Bzz. Now onto the tree, I guess. Yep. 1, 2, 3. Goes here. One, 2 goes here. Not quite as complex of trees as those cherry trees we made last week, but still nice. Ooh, look at this pretty lilac now. 1, 2. Now onto the other tree, I think. Yep. This is immediately feeling just like the cherry tree build that we did. 1 here. 1 here. Bunch of leaves. Time to leaf around. This is not a ×2 at least. Okay. Connect these with these. Put these little buds. Now this might be a new piece for me, these little buds. That on here. We know that we're going to be making more leaves for this tree, so. And there's a bee in this tree normally, but we're not going to use the bee there because this tree is probably going to get separated and go all the way back into the forest instead. Besides, I don't need the bee to be just randomly in the tree leaves. He's got flowers to pollinate and stuff, you know? Bee stuff. In fact, let's change the name of the stream to Bees. Updated. Now, if anybody wants to know what we're about, the answer is bees. This one can go here. And I bet we're going to make one more branch. Yep. Oh, 2 more. But wherever will they go? Just repeating the same technique here, basically. And again. Okay, so one of these is going to go at the top of the tree, which is kind of cool. The other will go on the side here. Nice, just a simple little tree, but a new build using some different pieces than I've seen on trees so far. I like it. I do like it. And these are all extra pieces, including one bee, which we're going to set aside. Because you can believe that we're going to use that little guy. Now that would have been the end of the set, but now we get to back up. Now we get to back up and go back to looking at the house. So let's slide this back into view. Here we go. And let's start fresh with bag. We've been at this for an hour 14. Bag 2, all the way back to bag 2. So we're actually technically we're halfway done, but again, most of the hard work is out of the way because we know where the different pieces are going. I'll hop up and, if we get to an hour 40 on this one set, I will hop up and stretch very briefly. Let's make our mini doll here, who seems to be thrilled that she's getting to visit this beekeeping operation, even though she's not being put to work. So, see, let me shake it out real quick. Be right back. Whew. Okay. All right, now we're building the house more or less as is. If I remember correctly, the only adjustments I'm going to need to make are, I need this to go here. I need this to go here. And then up front, I actually don't need to make any adjustment with these guys up front. At all. So then we can keep building normally. And I can use this piece and this piece from our stockpile. So put that one right there, and this one right here where they expect it. And let's remember that we want to indent the portfolio of this house a little bit if we can. Like that. That should work. Remember a minute ago when I said we'll build this as is? Now we could get really fancy and we could actually shift the entire house one to the left, which is kind of what we were doing with the up house back there. I'm not certain we need to do that, but we're going to find out pretty quickly, aren't we? Yeah, I think there's going to be a particular step. Actually, we should probably do that. We should probably actually just do that. All right, so we're going to let this hang over. So this is going to be kind of cool because we're going to let this hang over by one. to make sure that we have the space for everything that we're trying to do. So that becomes an extra piece. That becomes an extra piece. This is going to hang over like so. And we're okay. Easy enough. I think these are not going to be used the way we expected them to. Yeah. So they become extra pieces. I would really like an extra 1x2 axle, but we'll have to see if we're going to be given one of those. And if not, I'll pull it from the stash, which should be pretty easy. The reason is because this tree right here is currently connected with a weird pin. That's all right. So we're not using those, but we will use the rest of it. So we need this, 2 1x4s, a 1x2, which is going to float off the side. Actually, is it? That might be where we realign. No, I think, yeah, I think it is. And 2 of these. I might need to move the door of this house with these planters blocking it. That's going to be kind of interesting. What does the door look like? Always with my alternate floor plan. I need to move the door. Interesting. Well, great. So I'll need to use the one of these that would, the 1x1 tile that would be going to extra pieces. It's going to be going to us instead. But that's okay. Finally connecting that loose plate. That's nice. In fact, let's go ahead and just hook this up real quick because it's also being kind of annoying. There we go. Just a temporary piece. And one here for the same reason. Just to keep it all contiguous while we're actively building. This we're sending to the forest. Back to the shadow from whence you came. This is now an extra piece. And all of this stuff too. So one of these. We will repair this nice path that they made, but not quite yet. One of these and that. And then down here, we need this one, these two, and this one. And that finishes our path, so that's fine. And honestly, this, we know that we're moving that sort of armchair type of dealio to the back. So let's go ahead and get this plate out of here, actually. Move it to the extra pieces. For now. Just for now. Okay, back to normal building. Looks like we've got a fireplace. Nice little fireplace enclosure. There we go. That is a cash register. Why is there a cash register in your house, Grandma? Oh my goodness. Unless it's a safe. Grandma might have a dark secret that we're about to learn here. What does Grandpa not know, guys? What does Grandpa not know? Now that I see how these are being used, I can adjust them. It's just siding, or it's about to be just siding. Here we go. Time to make the windows. Which have a nice little masonry design up front. And this is a nice touch because they could have just used masonry bricks for this, but they were like, no, let's actually go a little bit above and beyond. Now, in some sets, making this floor plan adjustment where we actually moved the door of the house would have been a major disruptor, but so far it's looking pretty non-disruptive. We'll see if that holds as we keep going. And I hope it does, because I really like all this sunflower business. Although, what I do think we need to do is swap Grandpa's sunflower with this, if I can. That seems stable enough, and that seems stable enough. Yeah, that'll help with the visual distance. It'll make sense later. Okay. Flip this around, just like they tell us to. Keeping it nice and easy for now. Maybe Grandma is selling the bee supplies on the side. Or maybe she's selling something else. There's only one way to find out. This goes here. This goes here. Here. Oh, there's the cash register. All right, I guess she's just selling bee products. I'm going to move this all the way up here for reasons that I think will soon be obvious. Move this here. Yeah, I think this is gonna. I think the mirror building here is gonna work pretty easily. I just need to pay attention to it. Keep having us rotate the dang set, though. Just making a classic chimney here. Very common in our Creator 3-in-1 sets or our nice friends' houses. More masonry. A lot of stonework on this house. A little stone. Which again, they're literally blending the masonry bricks with these side brick textures, which is it's a nice effect. And we rotate again. Rotating, potating. Bro skating. Still haven't used a single sticker. So funny. And we're now in the last 3 bags of the 8-bag set. But there are stickers over here, so that connected nicely. Here's a pot with something being cooked, I guess. Oh, we're literally cooking right up against the fireplace. I don't know how safe that is particularly, but okay. Are these all extra pieces? Oh yeah, I guess that one's a register. So on to bag 3, aka bag 5, 6, 7, 8. No, bag 6. A lot of nice structural parts here. And it looks like we're going to be building a fire, which is kind of strange since we've already built in the fireplace. But okay. There's more of the frame. Now here's where we're about to run into an issue with our alternate floor plan. Oh, unless... Oh, so good. Never mind. There will be no issues with the floor plan. That is very exciting. Very exciting. It's nice when it's easy. It's nice when it's easy. Another animal. Is this a cat? Somebody should send that cat to the backyard to, like, chase the rabbit away or something. But maybe the rabbit is also their pet. They seem pretty tolerant of it, so. What are we doing? Are we just finishing this whole wall before we move on to any other walls? It's kind of interesting. No, I wonder if we're making almost like a... What are we making here? Oh, it's a display with jars of honey. That's kind of neat. That's actually very appropriate. Now, I will say, if Granny is running a business in here, this is not in a commercially zoned area. So I think Granny is actually violating our city's zoning laws by operating an unlicensed beekeeping reselling business. If Granny wanted to sell this stuff, she needs to bring it into the market and sell it that way. So, you know, from our storytelling perspective, we might have some law enforcement officers of the clone trooper variety to show up and kind of see what Granny thinks she's doing over here, you know? is what does she think she's after? There we go. So we'll move that to the left this time. And we're actually going to switch the order of these vials, too, for height purposes. Shift this up a little bit. Let's put a tall one in the corner. We have this one. Break this up a little bit. This one, this one. That looks kind of nice. Well, actually, do it like that. Yeah, that's fine. Well, actually, just playing with the details here. Did I put it back the way it was? Almost, but not quite. Okay, now for the door. Oh, our first sticker is going to go on the door of all places? That's unexpected. We definitely want this to open that way. Yep. Actually, this door is barely going to be able to open with the flower pot, but that's okay for play purposes. Actually, no, we need to flip it, don't we? Yep. That's a little better. You can technically squeeze out of Grandma's house there. Okay, so we'll put this pane in. And what has she got on her door that we need a sticker for? Can't even get this pane into the door. There we go. Sticker number 8. There is no sticker number 8. What? Did I miss a sticker sheet over there? I must have. Is it the only sticker on that sheet? Hold on. I did miss a sticker sheet. Sticker number 8, it's like a nice little stained glass bee, which is very nice. Again, if she wasn't violating residential zoning laws, I'd be very impressed. But alas, we'll have to take appropriate measures regardless. That's a nice sticker. And it's see-through. It's a very nice sticker. Oh, I see. It's because the second sheet is see-through backing versus white backing. Okay, here we go. There's supposed to be a mat in front of the door, which we cannot currently fit in. That's okay. Now time for the second display window of additional illegal product. No one respects the law anymore. Oh, the cat's looking out the window. Very accurate. Let's switch these, actually. Very nice. Here's a pillar. Now we'll start making the other wall, which requires yet another rotation. Nice. All coming together. And now we are officially out of modified floor plan zone. Pretty much completely, I think. Yep. Nice color scheme on this. So I really think I think that, like, sometimes I see sets and I just go, I really want to combine those. And when I first saw the release of this set, like I said, the combining the cozy house with the up house, this was a done deal. Like those were, I considered those complete. But when I saw this, I just thought that these lilac and white colors just worked so beautifully with the um, teal and light colors of that other house. I just kind of said, I really want to see these two next to each other. I really want to do this. And we haven't quite put them beside each other yet because it's been taking us so long to modify the floor plan of this one. But I really think that I was on to something truly with that. Like, it's all gone very, very well. Even just looking at them in the foreground here, you can see the lilac and white. In the background, you can see the teal and white. And it's very, very harmonious. I think they're going to look really beautiful beside each other in the city. Even though one is from Friends, one is from Creator 3-in-1. Like, it all works. It all works. And it's nice when things come together like that. So there's some nice stability for the roof. Building this up quite quickly. Yeah, I mean, now we're in the speed zone because now the hard stuff is done, although we still have 8 stickers to apply, which is kind of annoying. Okay, we got some more illegal merchandise here, I think. Where's that? These are nice prints. They look almost like sunflower seeds. Seeds for sunflowers and the other 2 plants that he's got growing back there. So, what that tells us, ladies and gentlemen, is that Grandpa is in on this illegal zoning, this illegal selling too. So, I don't know, folks. I think we're going to have to haul them both in. And, if somebody else occupies the shop in the meantime and wants to legally sell this product at the market, well, then they're going to only have themselves to blame. That's just how the law works, folks. Sticker number 3. Looks like some kind of honeycomb measuring system or something like that. Maybe it's a painting. Honeycomb info chart. I don't know. Oh, it's a honey. I bet that this is supposed to be like, ooh, what your honey tastes like based on what flowers the bees pollinated, which is why Grandpa is actually very essential to this legal operation. Because without some beautiful, it's very Stardew Valley, without some beautiful flowers for the bees to pollinate, all their honey would come out very stale, very same. So, all right, this one is a more detailed explanation of that chart. Again, saying where the bees are on each of these different flowers. They have the connection. These are nice stickers, actually. This is a really cool and educational set, I have to say. Although there's no written material to accompany it, so if you hadn't, kind of known some of this stuff through playing video games or whatever else we hooligans do, it would be kind of hard to know. Where do they want this centered? I think kind of like that. And then this sticker number 6, is a family portrait showing Grandpa, Grandma, and the first friend that we opened up at the beginning of the set, the one with the shy bangs. And that, of course, is hanging over the fireplace turned kitchen oven stove, which is kind of funny. There we go. Now we're going to load up these crates with more illegal product. Oh, actually, maybe not. Oh. I think I know what this next piece is. Candles made of beeswax. Yet another illegal product being sold in this establishment. Will the mockery of the law never end? Although these are gold candles, I feel like there should have been a slightly different color for beeswax candles. These look like they're made of gold or brass or something. Oh yes, this is definitely more product for sale. Granny and Gramps. Your evil truly knows no bounds. And now, up front, we've got something else here on transparent 1x2 tiles. Let's head to sticker number 9 and see what it is. Possibly honeycomb candy? Sugar? Unclear. But it looks kind of tasty. Yeah, it almost looks like bars of honey. I would eat a bar of honey. I'm hungry. I'm always hungry as the stream approaches its end, as it approaches its inevitable conclusion. Nice. Where will we set this illegal merchandise? Right in full view of the authorities, right there. The mockery is without end. Okay. Now we're going to build that big lawn chair that we saw at the beginning which we think we're going to move to the back. Well, this has got a bit of an intricate design. Five by 6. It's good proportions. What they lack in respect for the law, they make up in fashion sensibility, design sensibility. I'll give them that. That much we can give them. Oh, this is actually very well designed. Nice little bench. Set out with the fruits of their illegal labor. A nice tea time. A pity we'll have to interrupt it. Now these, I don't know that I've seen this piece, but it makes for a very nice little Lego plate. Look at that. Those are nice. Usually with a set like this, you'd have just like a strange number. Oh, what are they eating? Are they eating raw bricks of honey? Their ill-gotten gains? Flowers from the flower. No, that's knitting. You know, from when Granny gets bored of her illegal activities and decides to do something different for a change. That was our 6th bag of 8. Let's keep going with bag 4, our 7th. 2 to go. So we could be in the strike zone here at maybe 16 minutes or less to completion. And they want us to pull out this plate, this tan plate, for the 2nd floor, I suspect. So let's go back over here. Yeah, we're going to start building upward, I think. This will be easy enough. Some nice trim above the window there. Fairly standard, but still pretty. You still have to love a little sideways construction, even if you've seen it before. I mean, we discovered the techniques because they work, after all. And there's our plate. Goes almost to the back, but not quite to the back. Right over that nice long brick, which is good. The 1x16 brick. We have a 6x14 plate there. And then a 2x14 up here. And then some more 2x6s and 1x2s. It's like a wreath of mistletoe or something over the front house. Oh, here we go. It's going to be a sign advertising their illegal activities. It may be a beautiful sign, but it does not exempt them from the eyes of the law. The color matching here is terrible. Too bad. Okay. Oh, this is going to hang over the back, it looks like. More flame radiating up from the... I don't know that this is particularly structurally safe, what we've got here. So this second floor, it's almost like we've got fire coming through the floor, through the fireplace, which seems like an abundant fire hazard to me, but what do I know? I'm just a person who's been alive for a little while. This is probably going to be like, nope, it's not going to be an armchair. This is going to be probably a break in the roof then. A window flap. It all really worked out here pretty well. Still got about 5 stickers left in that sticker sheet. I think now we're making a, nope, this is a dresser or a bookshelf. And there's our first book title, a spine of a book on beekeeping, the source of their ill-gotten knowledge. Color matching here is quite good. Stickers for dresser drawers, that's a bit new. Yeah, this feels a bit unnecessary as far as stickers go. See that? But I guess when you're adding stickers to the set anyway, you're like, we can add some nice stickers to these drawer handles. Not that they can even open, but... Oh, that bookshelf is stuck way back there. I would have used a 2x3 here for sure. Kind of surprised they didn't. Yeah, it's really... That's not very well done, but okay. A little bit more roof masonry here. Oops. And now are we going to have some plants on the roof? Yes, we're going to have some plants hanging off the roof. That's what this was. Maybe it's a wreath. We've got some sunflowers. We've got something that's not grown in the garden below. I mean, this just seems ornamental for sure. It's kind of nice, but how did they get that up there? Is Grandpa risking his life with an off-screen ladder just to get some decoration on the roof? I mean, people do that every Christmas, I suppose, so why should it be any different here? Yeah, this really should have been a 2x3 plate. It should not be a 3x3 because this nice design we did for the books back there is totally hidden. In fact, let's move that forward before we totally lose it, I think. Actually, both of these are pretty hidden. Are we going to need that space for something? I don't know. I doubt it. Let's just do it preemptively, and if we have to fix it, we have to fix it. Whatever. That's better. Let's do the same with the nice dresser. That's better too. There we go. A little bit more masonry to finish the chimney here. And on to bag 5, which for us is going to be the final bag here. And just 2 stickers left to go. This is a relatively small bag, so it shouldn't take us too long to finish this up. And now we're about to learn, so they had a giant, like, 4-poster bed. Is that going to go right into the groove? Yes, that's fine. I'm glad that Grandma and Grandpa get a nice bed so they can sleep without a troubled thought in their mind after a day full of illegal activities. The inhumanity of their flouting of the law is baffling. The sheer disregard. The wanton brashness of it all. I always love the patterns they use on the bedspreads, the quilts for beds like this. They're usually pretty nice. Oh, we got a 4-leaf clover tile coming up. Spoiler alert. What's that? Oh no. This could only be one thing. Nice fluffy pillows. Indented into the... This is... The construction here is generally pretty nice, actually. Dent that right into the windowsill, so they've got a nice breeze as they're resting. Now we're going to have 2 floor mats. And this is why... we had... this is why those 2 things are pushed back. Is because otherwise they'll run into the floor mat here. But we'll do one, and we'll do the other. In fact, I might not put the same floor mat on both sides. Let's see here. So what is this sticker? It's flowers, of course. It's actually kind of hard to see. Relatively poor color matching again. Let's get the last sticker here. So now what I'm going to do for a little parity is I'm going to put one of these back here beside the bed, like they asked for. The other we'll put down in front, back here. I think that's fine. Then we'll keep going. Got a, looks like a clock, a little watch on this bedside table here. That's going to be a little easier for Gramps to reach. And here, this is a nice, a typewriter. Okay, not part of the, well, unless this is where they're sending their illegal messages from. Ah, and a 4-leaf clover from the garden beside that clock. That's how they stay away from the law, is they have luck on their side. Whenever someone comes to investigate things, they quickly put everything away. And somehow, despite the odds, it works every time. Don't worry, though. Well-trained Imperial stormtroopers can see through even such a deceptive act, even such magical devilry as this. Be careful, Grandpa and Gramps. The days of your plot against the zoning law are numbered. Even if you built a rather nice house while doing it. Now it does look like the height of this house is going to be a little bit less than the cozy house to the side. But sometimes a little height difference is nice. Also, the roofs are going to look very, very different. So the roof there is just a plate, whereas this is constructed using sloped bricks. So it's good. It's not going to look like 2 duplicate houses. It's going to look like 2 harmonious yet different, unique houses. I like that. Last bit of siding right here, giant. That's very nice. It's very, I don't know the architectural style they're going with here, but it's nice. Almost. We have some folks on the stream who know the names of all those different architectural styles and the different items and such. It's rather cool. It's a nice piece of knowledge to have. Okay. Support frames. Another level. Is it Waddle and Daub? I don't know. Top of the furnace there. Chimney at that point. Okay, now this is different. Like that, we have that. Over here the same, this one. Oh, I guess we're going to have another level of roof up here, which is unexpected. Oh, this is all unexpected. Okay. That's kind of nice. We're doing it on the other side too, I suppose. Sort of. Oh, it goes even farther. Oh, it's very nice. Nice little design. You'll see it on this side in a moment. And there's the top roof beam. Again, it's going to be a little bit slightly smaller than the set to the side of it, but that's okay. Oh, the chimney goes even through the roof. There we go. And we are done. Set that extra lucky clover over to the side. This is our set. Now, let's close out these instructions. I'll leave this one as is. Whew, 2 hours to do that with modifying the floor plan. That's pretty nice. Oh my goodness. Okay. Now, our biggest remaining job is to not leave this unfinished for another day. So I've got 11 minutes till the scheduled end of the stream time. So let's get right to it. So first things first, let's go ahead and make the street contiguous here. Like that. And like that. And there's where our lamppost is going to go. Next, let's get up here. Bring our trees down here. You know that all of this is going to be for forested section, which is fine. So we can do something like this. Like this even. Like this even. And then that just leaves us needing a 1x6, which is probably fine. Or we can do it like that, because in the forest we are not constrained by much. Let's do it like that. Like that. Do something like this. Just sort of temporary, just sort of temporarily making a little forested section out of all of these 2 extra trees, etc. I never ended up getting an extra 1x2 axle, so I guess that's not a piece that Lego gives you as extra. So for stability, let's go ahead and get one from our extra parts stockpile. Surely there will be one. So I can look for that later. But let's put this down. Put this down. Set this like so, and we'll come back to it in a moment. So there's our little forested section that gets removed from the set. Put it over here again. Come on. There we go. Now, these are what we're working with. So first, let's go ahead and fix the connection to the cozy house. So you can kind of see how they set together right here. It's nice. You can kind of get the idea of what the residential section looks like. So back here, what we're missing are the first 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 studs need to be degrassed. So this is going to be elevated by 1, which means this is elevated by 2. This is elevated by 2. So there's plate 1, plate 2, and this is base. Plate 1, plate 2, and this is base. So we'll take off these 2 grass right here. We're going to add a plate here. So all of this is grass times 2. Then we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. So we want this one right here. That's going to be 1, 2, 3 worth, which is good. And the rest of these are going to be just 1 by 2. So we have 2 worth over here, which is great because all the rest of this grass is going to be extra that's available for the cozy house. 2 worth right here, here, here. I guess that the frame of the up house might have looked a little bit different, but you no longer need to worry about that because now we're working with a very different blueprint. 2, 2 right here, 2 right here, and 2 right here. So again, now we can set these 2 together as a lot, something like that. Again, keeping in mind that this whole piece is going to be elevated by 1. So that looks a little messy, but that's okay. So now we've done what we needed to do with the cozy house. We're going to take the cozy house entirely out of the picture. We've earned 3 grass. We're probably going to need a lot more than that, but for now that's okay. So now elevating this is going to be easy. Elevating this is going to be easy. So what we need to do is just look at finishing the beekeeper's house. So this is going in the back. We have all, so the last thing we're going to look at is the tiling. Before that, let's look at everything else. There really isn't a whole lot. There's this bird cage type of bee house. There's this type of bee house. We'll want to elevate both of those. And then there's the water pump, which I thought was a cool piece. So I think I want to put the water pump in the back there. So we're going to move this ladybug, move this, place this, and then place this. And that's going to look pretty nice. And then we can have the water pump like so. We can have this bucket down here, up like so. Put the bucket right about here. Now, I'd like a place for this picnic table if the bucket will allow it. Let's put that here. Put this like so. So the first thing we're going to try to place is actually going to be this big old picnic table. And because of the way it hangs over, we have a bit of a problem here with sticking strictly within the bounds of the lot. But what I can do is actually something a little bit weird. This is going to be less effective for the minifigures, but it will help us stay within the bounds of the lot, and that is to go like this. I'm just flipping it. I'm just flipping it. Visually, this makes no sense at all, but if it helps us stay in bounds, we can't really complain. And that is able to stay in bounds. We can also even put it down there. Now, the next hardest thing is we have another one of Grandpa's planters for the carrots. So let's actually switch that with this one. So I'm going to pull this out entirely. I'm going to place the carrots down here because they are a little bit less tall. And then these, whatever these sort of green cherry things are, I think we can place that all the way at the back of the diorama. Or not. Beehive is kind of in the way. Let me place it here beside the... could we do something like this? Yes. That is a little bit cramped, which I don't love. Could we angle it? No. Could we put it up front? Yes, but it's nonsensical. Let's take this off. I always seem to be in about this place when the streams are ending. It's kind of funny. Yeah, I like, this is exactly where the picnic table should be. Is right about here. So I'm going to need to order a bunch of grass for this set, but right now let's just go ahead and put these 3 under there, which will tell us, it'll remind us that that's our intention. There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. That's good enough for now. Now let's get this in here. I think the back, it's got to go in the back. Like, the back is a totally sensible place. Maybe it's elevated. Maybe it's elevated back here. Like, do I really mind that? I don't think I mind that. Trying to get it to where we can see it. Yeah, now you can see it. That's, like, fine. It's, like, fine. I'd prefer to lower it to the ground, but I don't think my parts are going to permit that, because I can't move this over 1 because of where the beehive is. Yeah, we can see that already. So let's pull up this. What about putting it sideways in there? Not right there, but right here I could do it. So if I pull this out, here we go. That didn't actually take that long. Let's put this like so. Here's this. And then we have a little bit of extra of this greenish, almost mildew on the part there, which we can't put sideways, but we can put it like this. Put this like so. Put these right here. The hill bricks. Now, is this 1x6? It is, which means we can do this. Look at this, guys. We got it. And we can do this like that. And that's pretty much okay. That's pretty much okay. So that solved the big challenges. Now let's get these other bee huts around. This one I think can go right about there. Yep, I'm totally okay with that. I'd love to elevate it a bit. I'd love to elevate it a bit. In fact, I might even put it on top of this third beehive right here. Kind of like so. The way that I could do that would be like this. See that? Put this back down. Now we've got 3 different color beehives. It's very clear what this lot is about. This one we can even cant a little bit. Can we? I think we can. And not easily, so that's okay. If we had a jumper, we could do it easily, but we don't have a jumper readily available. Put our ladybug and our extra bee off to the side. Now we could put an extra bee on this whatever Grandpa's got growing back in the back with the little green cherries. So let's put that. Oh, is that not working? It doesn't quite work the way I expect it to. So we cannot get the buzzy bee back there, but we could put a bee on the table. Bee's like, yo, dog, you got some honey for food? I like that. I worked hard on that honey. Okay. Box of carrots is going to be easy to place. And when we have things that are really easy to place, we like to get them out of the way. Let's put, so easy to place, easy to place. We want to only be looking at the stuff that's still hard to place. This beehive, we're going to have a little bit of trouble placing because we don't have any pieces left that really are harmonious with attaching it. Get our minifigures out of the way. Again, we need to see everything that we're working with here. Pins, we don't want to worry about at the moment. Plants, another hill brick. Let's put this down. These plants we don't want to work with. Knitting needles, easy. This, easy. So these are buildable parts. This looks like I'm going to put this in the forest almost certainly. A little bit of fern, with a little bit of rock. This I actually think I'm going to put in the forest also, a little bit more rock, which is kind of neat. I think I see where I'm going to put that, so we'll get that out of the way. These I'm likely going to use underneath the set as some of the initial pieces of stability, which is fine. More plant. Watering pot is easy. Hare is not relevant, and bunny rabbit is not relevant. And this we're going to need to buy some pieces to attach. So that takes care of the back, and this is what we're left with. So now I think our goal, let's probably put this right about here, or maybe right about here. Then we can have the path for the carrots right there. So let's move this out of the way. And let's move this whole back section out of the way. And now it's time to finalize this bit. And what we want to do here is we want to go back to basically the drawing board and kind of understand how did they get from point A to point B. I think it's going to look a little bit like this. We want to create a path, remember? And we have all these different pieces that we can use to create the path. Did they do anything particularly special with them? Yeah, so basically wherever you have an intersection like this, you have a joint. So it's 1, and that's 4 wide. Okay, so I think I see a way that we can do this. So let's put this mat. Can we put this here? No, we can't put it quite right there. So we'll put it, and I don't want to put it right there. So maybe I'll get this mat out of the way. Maybe I'll use that back in the backyard, or even inside the house. So let's get that mat out of the way. Let's go ahead and do this basically as written. So I'm going to follow the backward trail. So we're going to go 1, yep, like this, 2, 3, 1, and then here we want this to be mirrored, like so. 1, 2. We know we're going to need one of these. Now, maybe let's get this out of the way because we could use this in the forest or underneath the set if we needed to. And in fact, even this green one right here I think is going to go. But for now, let's keep playing. Got here. Here. So this would be a good place to use this long one right here. Now, can I use this here? I think I can, because if I do, then I can do this. That right there can be a 2x2, so we'll have to rip up this planter very carefully, slide that 2x2 under there, and put the planter back down. And then we'll put this here, and then we need a triangle here. And we're making great progress. So now, I think let's go ahead and these circle pieces are a little bit tricky to work with, and I can use this one in the forest really easily. So I'll move that over to the forest. And now I need to carefully, there's a couple things that can be. So let's just move this off the way, and I need to remember that this is a 2x2 cutout. So let's go ahead and grab one of these flowers in the short term, put this back there, and that should get us there. So now let's finish tiling this off. So we can do this like so. Yep, I think that looks great. Well, our goal is to use as many of these shield pieces as possible, and that's just going to leave us with triangles and jumpers. And jumpers and triangles are easy, as are all of these little path pieces. So we've got that. Let's go ahead and close up some path back here too. So let's see what we need for that. Well, actually, we can come back to that in a second. So here, now, here is going to get a little bit tricky. Because again, we have to have a sort of a radiant shape whenever we do one like this. which we can actually create over here if we wanted to. We could put that like so, put that like so, put that like so. And then what's that going to leave us with? We can use 2 of these triangles to make a three to make this. And then we could actually, this probably wants to be like that. This probably wants to be like so. And I'm pretty happy with that. Then all we're really missing is a 1x2, which we don't have a 1x2 in this color, nor is it entirely clear what would be the best shape for it. So let's just leave that, and that'll be something we purchase. Then we'll come over here to this last little section that has some unnecessary foliage. Let's take those out and put them in the back, because we can always put them in the forest, which we probably will. And then let's tile up this little area right here, leaving that for sort of a grassy zone, I think. So we'll go like so, like so, like so, like so. That goes backward. And that left us with 4 jumpers and something else that we can use underneath the set. And I'm pretty happy with how that looks all together right there. I mean, look at this. This is beautiful what we've done. So this is good. Now, can I use this perhaps to slide this around? Slide the mat somewhere more logical? Not like that. Not quite like that. Nah, not really. Not very easily. Door opens reasonably far for what we were working with. So now let's connect this up. Here's the back. Actually, we can use these last few pieces in the back if we desire to. Except there's no tan here in the back. So we can use all of these underneath the set except for this one. Which means we're going to take, actually, yeah, there's no tan back here. Which means let's look inside the house for these 2 last pieces. Oh yeah, so I can hide this under the bed. And this can be the entry mat when you first walk into the door, whereas before it was when you first walk outside. So get that. And we'll get this, which will also let the bed rest more easily. And then these can be hidden under. Actually, technically these could be used as some flooring, some additional spots for the minifigures to stand. But I don't know that that's strictly necessary, since this tan is not a color of a soil. It seems like the color that's been chosen for the flooring of the house. So all the rest of this we can basically hide underneath. And to give a preview of that, normally the way that we do stability underneath buildings is with these minifigure stands that we took out of the Rebel Recruitment Center. But here we may not need to do that because we have quite a few pieces that we can set underneath. So let's take a look at those and where they can go. So we need to get a frame. So here's number 1. Here's number 2 in the corner there. Number 3. Number 4. And then up front, number 5. Number 6. And that's already going to be pretty stable. But we're going to want to get a few points where it is depressed frequently. So let's go with 1 here. 1 here in front of the door. 1 here for balance. 1 here. And then I have a perfect opening for another. I guess we can take these 2 that we took out of the up house and put them in. So here's going to be one like this. We'll put the second right under the center of the house, actually. The best way to get it, and now that's going to sit nice and flat. And now when we put it beside the cozy house, bada bing, bada boom, easy as a charm. Look at that. And that's basically our completed build right there, folks. Looks not too bad. Last but not least, we also need to elevate this back section. And the way that we're going to do that is going to be the old-fashioned, tried and true minifigure stands. So let's go ahead and get them like so. Here's one, two, and we need to remember that we took these out of the Rebel Recruitment Center. 3 and 4. And right in the center of the build, we use the last one of these 2x2 tan jumpers. 5. It's not perfect in terms of your ability to press down, but it's all right. So this is basically Grandma's knitting needles are just going everywhere. This is basically a nice little backyard lot for the beekeeping that is both simultaneously something that can be used as part of the residential section, like so. See how that's still ready to slot in, or can also be disappeared and go to the forest. So for storage, I'm gonna put them like this. And the only things that I need to order here, it looks like, are a bunch of grass, these spongy little grass pieces, and my 1x8 tiles up front, which are a perennial need, which is wonderful. Now for the last of the pieces, of our extra pieces. This, I need to order some pieces to have it set well. These are going to go in the forest. And these, I actually have a perfect place to hide them within the set, which is going to be here inside the first of 2 storage containers. Look at this. Boom, boom. Put that back together. No one is none the wiser. And it gives it a nice satisfying rattle. Grab our minifigures. Put them in here for now while we wait. Oh, there's a third one. Fine, we have plenty of room for pins. Grab our minifigures, put them in the set like so. And last but not least, a little bit of forest assembly here. Again, in the forest there's no rules. So there's no grid that the forest is built on, thank goodness. So I can just do things like this. Like this. So you have sort of a sandy, rocky section. This is going to go right there. These are both going to go back here because they actually are harmonious with the color palette that's in use back there. So that one goes back. This one goes there. And that's all fine. And the carrots, rabbits is right there, which is fine. And the watering pot can be right there, which is fine. And I do want my ladybug to stay here, so we'll put it back there, is perfectly fine. This tree, we can put these remaining flowers, I think, can go. This can be foliage, it's all around the forest here, and that's fine. And this will all be removed from the set and sent back to sort of the forest zone. I like this. This is a nice little foresty area. You can imagine a little elf walking through here or something, especially with that fantasy colored tree. So the very last thing we need to wrap up this stream, 15 minutes over, is a single, oh, my left foot is completely asleep, which is what happens when I sit on it, a single 2x2 black axle. So let's go ahead and see if we can get one of those and call it a day. Which is only going to be a slight problem if that is not actually a piece that is provided as an extra piece usually. I'm looking like it might not be. But that's all right. In my true collection, I should have many, many of them. So it's just something I'm going to have to dig out a little bit later. Well, that's it, guys. I'd say it was a pretty effective use of time. We did sort of two sort of alt builds there that both went really, really well. Bees and then the water park. And it was nice to have folks along, and I'll